Chess.com is for everyone. Over 250 million chess games have been played on Chess.com. And it doesn't matter if you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com is the place to play and learn chess. So create your free account now and see what Chess.com is for you.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 6th round of Reykjavik Open 2015. I'm a woman, I am Fiona Steil-Antoni from Luxembourg, and with me
Ingvar Johannesson from Iceland.
Yeah, so things are heating up here at Harpa. We're halfway through the tournament. Let's just remind you out there that there are 10 rounds, not the customary 9 rounds, and we have a sole leader in the tournament.
Yes, the top seed now, 5 out of 5.
Yeah.
Joined by a group of players on 4.5, including the second seed, David Navarra.
And the players, we will go to that in a second. They are playing each other, the top and second seeds. So Gunnarsson, John Victor Gunnarsson, on 4.5, Icelandic I am, having the tournament of his life so far.
The surprise of this group, Gunnarsson, an I am. Jacek Stopa also an I am in this group.
He's beaten, John Victor has beaten numerous GM. He's beaten Gawain Jones yesterday. He beat Niels Grandelius. And I checked his performance. He currently has a performance of 2,800.
Yeah.
So very impressive. And then a huge group of players on 4 points. So that will be our top matchups of the day. And we will now have a look at the top pairings. So as we already mentioned, on board 1, we have the clash between the first and the second seed of the tournament. Two top elite GMs, Mamedyarov and Navarra. Then on second board, we have the Chinese player Rui Gao playing Pavel Elyanov.
Then on third board we have Abhijit Gupta against Grandmaster Alexander Fier.
Then I am Stopa against Erwin Lamy.
And today's matchup for International Master Gunnarsson is Black Pieces against Hrant Melkumian.
And then we have a Polish Grandmaster, I believe, Grandmaster Pakleza, who we haven't seen on the live boards quite as much so far. He's playing Sergei Movsesian, who's having a strong comeback after his early upset where he lost to Dan Lisby.
And then Granda Sunika against Tari. Granda Sunika has started slowly, but we can expect him to be in the top group in a few rounds.
Yeah, and then the legendary Grandmaster Granda Zuniga, who is playing young I am Tari from Norway.
Then we have Gumi Kjartansson against Daniel Naroditsky.
And French Grandmaster Cornet against Idani Puya, who is a former world junior champion.
And then Eric Hansen is playing against Ramaldoni from Italy. Then we have an Icelandic clash on board 11, Argrimsson against Engrimsson.
Mazi against Kolovic.
And we have some, we have a Norwegian match down there, Hammer against Hagen.
Yeah.
And
it will also be interesting to follow the match Gawain Jones against Tanya Tsachdev. They're quite good friends in real life. So
yeah, I think they played in this tournament before.
I think so. I think I remember that.
Yeah. And then we have Grandelius against Björn Torknason. So let's see if Grandelius can get a result finally against an Icelandic player. He's been struggling.
Oh, and we're told by our producers that they never played before. That is Gawain Jones and Tanya Tsachdev.
Yeah, I thought I remembered it, but I was mistaken.
Yeah.
But they played here so many times that one would figure that it wasn't out of the question.
Yeah, and they have known each other for 15 years, so it will be an interesting matchup. And I think we can also we should let you know that last night we had our traditional pub quiz, a side event, which was a great event.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think everyone here really enjoyed themselves, and
a lot of people showed up.
Yeah, and the pub quiz was won by our honorary guest, the world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
Who we think will be joining us in the studio here later today, so make sure you don't miss out on that.
His teammate was Jon Ludvig Hammer. I asked them if they wanted to be Team MC Hammer, but I didn't like it for some reason.
Yeah, and they scored a 27 out of 30, so very impressive chess knowledge by the world champion.
Beat the former winners by 1 or 2 points, so very impressive.
Yeah.
And here we see a picture of them receiving their cup.
we see that was a tweet by Razvan Preotu, who's on the live boards today, so whose game we will be watching. He's a young Canadian, I am, and yeah, you see Magnus and John Ludwig holding up their trophies, and after the quiz, Stefan asked me if I thought this was the smallest trophy Magnus had ever won. So quite possibly.
Quite possibly, yeah. But it's a trophy nonetheless.
Yep. So should we maybe get straight to it? On our top board, Mamedyarov on 5 out of 5 facing David Navarra.
And what do we have at Grunfeld? Unsurprisingly.
What are your predictions for this game?
I mean, it's
a big fight?
We hope so, but we never know. Navarra has been playing Grunfeld for many years, probably because well, it was taught to him by, I think, Vlastimir Jansa. Did you also?
Yes, Vlastimir Jansa. I never played it. I was maybe one of his only pupils or students that never played the Grunfeld. So I don't even play D4 as well. So I have close to no knowledge about the Grunfeld at all. So
Navarra is playing the Grunfeld here with C6, which is a solid line against the fianchetto, but Mamedyarov doesn't go for the usual knight f3. He plays here E3, which allows black to take on C4, which he does. Knight D2, and Navarra decides to hold on to the pawn. And already we see an interesting move here, bishop H6. It's more customary to put it on G7, so I'm not sure what he has in mind with bishop H6. Maybe it's some deep prophylaxis against E4 at some point, I don't know. It's yeah, already the game is shaping up.
And
probably to be a big fight.
Both players are dressed very smartly today. Dressed to impress the world champion, maybe?
Perhaps.
Who Magnus will be visiting the playing hall in the course of the day.
Shirt and jacket.
Yep.
What is it?
I think it's a tie for David, no tie for Shahriar.
Is there a cup of coffee? Yes.
You know, we had someone in the chat yesterday pointing out that Mamedyarov seems rather restless during his games. I think, yeah, is restless a word you could use? I think he just doesn't like to sit down at the board when it's not.
No, maybe he's a bit impatient. Yeah. That's why he plays fast, maybe.
Now going to it's funny to watch him. Both players seem fairly relaxed. Mame is having his coffee, Navarro is having his water. So Gawain Jones watching the game there. So we will keep an eye on this.
Yeah,
of
very
course.
unbalanced position. Unusual placement by the bishops by Navarra. But for now he's holding on to the pawn. So we'll see how. Of course, we'll keep a close eye on this game.
So we will now move on to board 2, the Chinese Grandmaster Hui Gao with the white pieces against Pavel Elyanov from Ukraine. Pavel Elyanov, who had a long game yesterday, we stayed with them until the end, who had a much better position but didn't manage to win, was held to a draw by Stoppa. So he will surely be looking to get the full point today.
Yeah, and we had a Spanish here. Mainland Spanish, it tends to be rather, in my opinion, these games tend to be rather dry, but we'll see. Knight e5, bishop c2, rook e8, everything looking rather standard. Usually this knight is jumping to g3, and black will try to challenge the center at some point. Probably the c5, but we'll try to make something happen on the king side.
Mamedyarov now checking out board 2.
Yeah, he's chasing us, chasing the camera.
When
likes the
we go to
attention.
board 3, he's probably going to be there as well. So yeah, shall we move on to board 3?
Let's move on with Shaq.
Shaq, yeah. Let's follow him. Board 3, where we have Abhijit Gupta facing Alexander Fier.
Okay. Let's go back, and we have a Queen's Indian, Petrosian variation, May 3, which appeared in the pop quiz yesterday. C5, D5, Bishop A6, and Queen C2. Now he takes on D5, and we sort of transpose to a structure that is more likely to arise from a Benoni. But here comes an aggressive move, H4. Very aggressive.
I think Fier is the sort of player who would probably be happy to see this kind of move.
Yeah, it's if I didn't know who was playing white in the
you'd
matchup,
think
I would
Alex.
guess Fier would have played that move,
Yeah.
but Gupta, yeah, probably wants to be the first to attack, because Fier is quite good himself at attacking.
Met by H5.
H5, he stops this potential H5 push by white, Bishop G5, castles right into the potential attack.
And here it comes.
Here comes G4.
Okay, very concrete and aggressive approach here by white. Just going for it.
Yeah.
Going for the black king.
So white can try to attack the black king and just place his king on the queen side by castling there. So yeah, probably if pawn takes.
Do you know if this is theoretical or?
Probably not. I've not seen this before, but who knows? Most likely these days people are preparing with computers, so wouldn't surprise me if this was close to preparation.
I'm very happy to see this these couple of moves, H4 and G4, because on the last couple of days our top 4 boards were quite solid games. We didn't see any. We had Mamedyarov attacking, having a nice attacking game against Hjorvar yesterday, but nothing crazy. He just more or less took advantage of some inaccuracies by Hjorvar. So very nice to see. Looking forward to follow this game, see how that develops.
Probably 95 or something like this. And then he will take on G4. Maybe at some point try to play H5. Yeah, very aggressive move. And Fier is thinking that, and he doesn't use his time a lot. Plays quite fast, so quite clearly he is surprised.
Yeah.
And Gupta seems relaxed. He's away from the board, so.
How do you feel when you play a game and someone aggresses you, attacks you like this?
I don't like it.
It's not a nice feeling, is it?
No. Especially if it's very early out of the opening and they play fast. And you have to suspect that they have been preparing things with the computer, and that's not a good feeling.
Exactly. Okay, so we will come back to this later. We will now go to board 4, where Jacek Stopa is facing Erwin Lamy. Erwin Lamy, who's been demonstrating his endgame skills throughout the tournament already, so.
Yeah, won a long game yesterday.
Yep.
Here he has the black pieces, and we see the Dutch, and Stopa goes for knight c3, which is quite common anti-Dutch line. Bishop g5 and d5. This is all theory. I've played this position with both colors. Bishop e6, queen f3. Standard idea, he will put the bishop on d3, put pressure on this pawn. Okay, first he puts the bishop on b5, that's another approach. And knight c6. Usually he plays knight g2, and this knight can jump either to f4 with pressure on d5 or to g3, but usually it goes to f4. So everyone plays g5. Another idea is to play g6, stay solid on the king side. But g5 is slightly more aggressive. It also prevents knight f4. And now knight c1. Probably this knight is going to eye either through d3 or b3. Maybe eyeing this square.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which square is better. But once you put one knight, you can put maybe put the other, and then try to go to c5. Especially if black castles queenside, which he does right now. Yeah. That's the position currently.
So I guess white will reroute his knight from c1 and probably also castle queenside.
Yeah, castle and queenside is the usual way here for white. So it's on balance, but usually this position, this structure means that we're going to have some maneuvering.
Yeah.
I mean, black has the bishop pair, which is a long-term advantage, but on the other hand, white has damaged his pawn structure, so we have some imbalance in the position that both sides can try to use.
Yeah.
So
let's move on.
Yeah.
Move on to board 5 to Jan-Victor Gunnarsson. Already well on course for a GM norm. 4.5 out of 5. He's playing against Hunt Melkomian.
Yeah, of course he's black, yeah. Aha! We have a Stonewall dodge. And I have no recollection of Jan-Victor ever playing this. So let's see the clock. So Melkomian has used 15 minutes on rather standard moves.
Yeah.
So
Which could indicate that he didn't expect this opening today.
Most likely this was a surprise.
Yeah.
And rightly so, because I mean, I've known Jon for almost all my chess playing career, of course, and I've never seen him play this.
Seems like the webcam of that board is frozen. Or Artur Yevtsupov is drinking a lot of water there.
Drinking a lot of water, or Melkomian is really focused, and the audience is really still.
So yeah, we can. You're probably going to notice that today there's a lot of people here at Harper. I'm not sure if that's because it's the weekend or if there is a special. I think there is an event going on.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both.
Yeah,
of course.
So it's quite nice. We have to have a lot of spectators in the playing hall.
Yeah, both. It's. I mean, during the week people are working and maybe don't have as much time to visit, but during the weekend people have free time, and it's a good opportunity to come and see the tournament. And also, there's like we mentioned yesterday, this conference hall. It's rather big, so there are many events going on, and right now they're having some kind of fashion festival, something like this, and so there's a lot of people here in Harpa.
So what do you make of this position?
It's just a standard Stonewall. Usually, yeah, this bishop f4 move indicates that white wants to exchange the dark squared bishops, and all this structure here, it's all on the light square, so traditionally black is weak on the black squares, especially e5, where you can post a knight. Conversely, if black were to ever post a knight on e4, white can always kick it away with his pawn, but black doesn't have this option. So yeah, so black gives away some weaknesses, but of course he has a solid structure instead. And yeah, we see Melkomian now take on d6, which is the idea with bishop f4. Queen d6 is going to be forced, and we can see something like white trying to take control of this square. Yes, many ways to do that. This knight can jump to f3 and influence here. And the other one often jumps to f4 and then d3. So both can post up on e5, and meanwhile black will only have one knight for the moment controlling the square. And that's always in the Stonewall. This piece is the problem piece for black, because all these pawns are on white squares.
Yeah.
So standard maneuver is to try and bring it around to the king side. maybe we'll see that in this game, these knight maneuvers or the bishop maneuver. So yeah, Johannesson quite calm.
And we have someone from Sweden. We have changed my username, which I think used to, that's Sarah Carlson, she was called before. She's from Sweden, and you see Nils Grandelius from Sweden there in the background of this board playing against Björn Torfinsson.
Yes.
And she was wondering if it was Nils who John Victor beat yesterday, and yes, it was indeed.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will come back to this later. We'll now move on to board 6. Which is Pakleza against Movsesian.
Zbigniew Pakleza. And there we have, let's go here, it's just a King's Indian. Movsesian with the black pieces. The King's Indian usually signals that black wants to fight. Castles, bishop e2, knight b7. Yeah, not going for the main theoretical lines, sort of playing the King's Indian in the old way. The most common is to play with e5, castles, knight c6. In Marta Plata, which we already saw in Aljanov's game in the first round against Yuri Ike. But Movsesian goes knight b7, castles and e5. This also avoids any exchange variation. If he had gone for the other way, so after e5, white has the option of taking on e5, which people tend to do if they want to play for a draw with white. So Movsesian is not allowing that, signaling that he wants to fight. Queen c2, c6. A standard move, taking control of the d5 square, not allowing white to post a knight on this square. h3, queen e7. Usually a good square for the queen, either e7 or c7. Rook d1 and knight h5. And this knight maybe at some point wants to jump into the f4 square.
Yeah.
Black also will set his sights on the d4 square, so it's sort of similar like the hole in the dodge that we saw earlier in the Leningrad. Oh, sorry, in the stone wall. And black will maybe try to maneuver his knight at some point to jump into this square, which is a nice outpost for him. But very standard position so far.
Yeah.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay, so shall we move on to board 7, Julio Granda Zuniga?
Against Steil-Antoni, not many moves. This looked like okay. It's another Caro-Kann. We saw a nice game by Arjen yesterday in the Caro-Kann. So he has the black pieces again.
Who came to show us his game in the show yesterday.
Did you wear your pink sweater to match his from yesterday?
Indeed. The young Tom Cruise.
Yeah,
as he
the
was
young
dubbed.
Tom Cruise lookalike.
Yep.
I have to agree with that one.
Yep.
e5, knight e4. So Granda staying away from theory, which is probably a good idea against these young guys. Queen e2, knight takes e3, d takes e3, and queen b6. Yeah, usually we don't bring out our queen out too early in the opening, but here I think it's a little bit of prophylaxis. The queen attacks b2, so we can't develop this bishop. White probably wanted to develop the bishop immediately and castle queenside. So black avoids this idea.
So what does white do about that? Do you think he will ever play a move like b3, or would that not be so great?
I'm not sure. He also has the option of just playing g3 and castling kingside.
Yeah.
b3 is an option, but I'm not sure I would like castling queenside for white after that, because now we have a hook for for black to open up a position. A5, A4.
Yeah.
So queen b6, yeah, tricky move, probably a good one. And I suspect that he will go g3 and queen bishop g2 then.
Still thinking. You can see him there on the screen on your right. In the background you see the winner of last night's quiz together with Magnus. That's John Ludwig Hammer on the right with the blue jacket, playing against Hagen from Denmark. From Norway.
It's a Norwegian
clash. It's a Norwegian clash,
yeah. That's bound to happen with all the Norwegians playing here.
Yeah.
Granda taking a lot of time on this move. Yeah, it's not immediately clear how he goes about his development.
How about we go to a game that you can also see on your screen there? That's on the left side. That's Gawain Jones.
Okay.
Who, as we mentioned, is playing Tanya Sajda from India, very good friends, and they've never met over the board before. So how about we have a look at how that is going?
So we have Gawain, at the top left of your screen still, and he has 2 white pieces. So he should be here. And here we have an English opening and a very aggressive line by Tanya. Let's have a look from the start. C4, E5, the English opening. G3, D5. Sort of the standard way to play it for black, the principled approach. And this is basically a Sicilian with colors reversed, and white is playing the dragon variation, which
Gawain plays as black, big expert on the dragon.
Is this Friedrich Olason? No, it's
one of our arbiters.
Yeah, it's arbiter Ola Rasmussen.
Close.
Close, but no cigar. So knight b6. Everything is standard so far. Knight c6. Castles, bishop b7. Rook b1. And now, a very aggressive idea which I saw so many years ago in John Watson's excellent book, Secrets of Modern Chess Strategy. I think it was that one rather than the follow-up. G5.
Okay.
And compared to...
We have quite a lot of aggression in some of our games today, so that's always nice for us commentators.
Compared to the position with colors reversed, white would already be castled in the same line with colors reversed. So here you can kind of use, she can kind of use the fact that the rook is still on the h-file, and the idea is at some point to try to open up like against the dragon. So d3 is played, g4, and knight d2. So an aggressive line by Tanya, and definitely a game to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
They shouldn't necessarily surprise Gawain. I'm sure he's seen this idea, and we should have an interesting fight.
Yeah.
So let's move on to some other games.
Shall we have a look at Gumi's game? Gudmundur Kjartansson with the white pieces, playing Daniel Naroditsky.
Gumi seems to be playing something interesting as well. We have okay. We have Ragozin and a3. Black immediately gives up the bishop pair, takes on c4. Here we have the move g4.
Okay.
And this type of move we have seen a lot of openings. I remember Svagintsev from Russia playing this so many years ago. Shapovalov and Shirov started to play this in many lines. So it's quite a modern idea to play this g4 push in many lines. And we have the information that in this position this is a novelty. So quite interesting. Do we not have the clock?
No. So black replied with a6. So black is now threatening to play b5 trying to keep the c4 pawn. So do you think white should now take on c4?
Either take or if he wants to play g5.
But the problem after g5...
You can play b5, yeah, so we have to take on c4. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to allow black to play b5 and put the bishop on b7.
We have Lumper in the chat telling us g4 is a ginger GM move.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is true. You know, Simon, who is a teammate of mine in England, last time surprised me by playing d4, knight f6, knight f3, e6, g4. Just putting the pawn en prise, and black didn't take. Black got scared and played h6. But
it's easy to get scared against Simon.
Yeah. So wasn't quite sure what he was doing there. So yeah, he would love that move, kind of move he would play.
Yeah, so we'll most likely see this. And anytime black takes on g4, white will play rook g1.
Yeah.
And you can't keep this pawn. You try to protect with h5 or f5. Well, f5 is blundering immediately, but you're going to drop this pawn. And having exchanged the black squared bishops, it's not a good idea to lose this g7 pawn, which we consider dark squares. So black is not taking this pawn, probably. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this. Interesting opening developments. And we're going to go to...
Do you think Gumi prepared this novelty g4?
Most likely, but okay, he's been using some time already, so maybe not.
Okay, so we'll come back to this.
Yeah.
We'll now go to the French Grandmaster Mathieu Cornet, who is playing former junior world champion Idani Pouya from Iran. Okay.
This looks very theoretical.
A lot of moves have been played here already. Let's quickly go.
And Idani has played them all almost instantly. He has more time than he started with.
Yeah, so let's go to the opening.
So we had a knight with bishop g5, queen e2. Not the main move probably. h6, bishop h4, b5, f4, and g5. Cornet took on g5, bishop b7, castles and e6.
And g4.
And we've been told that also here g4 is
the novelty.
A novelty.
Okay.
Okay, b4
I
was
hope
played.
we will be tactically sharp today, because I think we're going to get a lot of excitement in today's sixth round. Lots of very games that are shaping up to be very tactical and very aggressive.
Yeah. So black played, of course he played e5 there earlier. Let's go back to g5, sorry. And
just gave up a pawn.
Yeah, gave up a pawn, but we see that for the pawn he has control of this e5 square, which is an excellent square for a knight. And this has been played, this is a standard idea in a Sicilian, and has been proven to be quite okay for black. But knight d5, also a rather common sacrifice in the Sicilian, and doesn't seem like it surprised Idani, since he isn't using any time. So he took the knight on this strong e5 square, bishop d2. So they take turns sacrificing. Black sacrificed the pawn, but white says I can sacrifice two, sacrifices a piece. And well, for the moment, of course, the king is stuck in the center, but how can we increase the pressure? h4, bishop e7, knight f5, a strong knight here. Bishop c8, and now he takes on e7.
Okay, so that is our current position. White is down a piece, so he has 2 pawns.
Yeah.
And he is attacking the black king.
g4 is hanging. White has to do something about this. Otherwise black would simply take on g4. And that seems well protected by both knights, and also If white were to remove the defender on f6, then the rook on g8 is also ready to protect the bishop, so not sure we can even protect the pawn.
Do you think, as the time situation, Mathieu has already spent 35 minutes, do you think things might have gone wrong for white here, or do you think he has decent compensation?
At first glance, it doesn't seem like enough compensation. The knight on e5 is quite strong, and I don't really see any danger to black's king.
Quite surprised by this, the way this has gone, because Mathieu, we have mentioned before, is the coach of the French women's team, so he does
knows a lot of theory.
Okay, so
there's a pin on the knight on f6, so that's sort of the only thing that I can try to use here.
Should we put the rook to f1? Can we maybe put the rook from d1? Because I'm slightly worried about bishop g4 winning the exchange on d1.
Yeah, maybe rook g6.
What about if I take on g4 as black with the knight?
Ah, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like a good move. Yeah, I don't like this for white at first glance. Now we have to move the queen. You have to spend some time. Yeah, maybe we can use the pin yet to trade in bishop h3. But still, there's rook g6, and now that we got all the pawns off, at some point we can think about, if we need to, we can think about rook takes g5.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't like the way this has gone for white.
It seems like black has a lot of ideas to defend if white tries to pile up the pressure. So I'm not optimistic for my friend Cornet here. But okay, yeah, let's move on.
Should we go back to our top boards?
Can we maybe have a quick look at Hjörvar first?
Sure. Let's go to Hjörvar's game. Local, the most recent addition to the long list of grandmasters here in Iceland.
He played the Trompowski.
Hjörvar, who yesterday had a bit of a traumatic game against Mehmet Yarov, where things turned sour very early in the game. Just, I found it quite impressive actually yesterday how he didn't make any clear mistake. It's just a couple of inaccuracies and he was just lost on the spot pretty much.
Yeah, he said he messed something up in the opening.
Yeah.
I was going to ask her, come on. I was going to ask you, what's the echo code of this? Do you know that?
So we are referring to one of the questions from our pub quiz last night, where the participants were asked what the echo code A45 was referring to, and it is the Trompowski. Yeah,
and it's actually any non-standard move after d4 knight f6. This is also a45. Any strange move is still a45. So a lot of answers to the question, but Trompowski is the main opening that falls under a45. Justin played d5.
Oh, and we have just, let me interrupt you for a second. We have Winslow. I'm not sure if that's true, but he says that the computer says Cornet is winning.
Okay.
So we might have gotten that one completely wrong, but we will come back to this later.
That's really surprising since Itani hasn't used any time,
very strange.
Would indicate that he knows the position.
Yeah.
Okay, standard development scheme by black here, but f6 is not really standard. Now it's starting to look a little bit like a London system instead. But black plays e5. An aggressive idea, and after e takes d4, knight takes d4.
Sarka, who we should mention, had a very nice game yesterday.
Yeah, completely.
Demolishing Alan Rasmussen from Denmark.
18 moves, if I remember correctly.
Sacrificing a rook on h6 and just pretty much mating black.
So we have yet another isolated queen pawn. We had a bunch of those so far in the games we looked at. And I'm not sure how f6 is fitting in with those lines for black. He needs to get on with development, and well, white has also spent a lot of time with his bishop. Went to g5, f4, and then to e3. Now he plays bishop c5. So yeah, okay, black's probably is okay here, but nothing special going on. Can we have a look at Björn Thorfinnsson?
Sure.
I want to have a look at him.
Björn Thorfinnsson facing Swedish Grandmaster.
Because we have some fans of Björn in the crowd. Okay, Grandelius with the white pieces, and Björn playing the Petrov. I know he studied it for a while, but he hasn't played it in that many games, and more recently he has been playing a line in the Spanish when he got his GM. He played a lot of games in this line called the Cosio defense, knight g7. Won some nice games, including against Sebastian Masse, who's playing also in this tournament. But here he goes for the Petrov. Maybe he was a little bit scared of some preparation.
Björn, who we can say is fresh from GM in Bonretti, where he had an absolutely amazing performance, scoring 7 out of 9, finishing maybe 2 points ahead of the field. So it will be interesting to see if he can carry this form on throughout the Reykjavik Open here.
So okay, Niels took on e5, d4, d5, and both players have used a lot of time. So most likely Niels used a lot of time because he was surprised in the opening. And here goes knight c3. I don't think this is a standard move. But okay, knight f6, h3. And actually this looks a little bit like the exchange variation of the French. So a rather dry position.
Yeah, knight c3, does white not usually play with c3?
Yeah, usually he plays with
c4?
With the c pawn.
Yeah.
But okay, why black attacks the bishop? In such a position we don't want to give up the bishop here, so bishop to e2. And now bishop f5, and now we have pressure on the pawn on c2. And Niels plays a3. This seemingly allows white black to take on c2, but I think usually in such positions we can attack the bishop, and then simply the knight is not going to get out if you take on a1, and we get
two pieces
for the rook.
Yeah, which is
rather active pieces, and not a position really for rook, so it's beneficial for white.
So Niels retreats, Björn retreats to c6.
And now knight e5.
Yeah.
Yeah, places the knight aggressively, and we can't really take this. Well, maybe you can, but I can take on d5 then. Conversely, black can attack e5, but now we can take with the queen, and we most likely win a pawn. Well, there are some exchanges, but this is probably a good situation for white if we see something like this. So black is not going to take on e5, but with Björn you never know. He likes to play tricky moves.
Yeah, so the Petrov, which of course has the reputation of being a very solid opening, but maybe white just slight advantage, a little more
always.
Yeah.
A slight advantage, and I'm a little worried that Björn doesn't have a lot of experience in such a structure, even though it's a rather simple position. So let's go again to the top boards and see what's happening. Actually, the game between Shaq and Navarra was shaping up to be quite interesting. We had b5, castles, castles, and okay, Shaq is turning this into a gambit with b3, and usually white has plenty of compensation for such a sacrifice. Some pressure on the queen side. Black already has problems developing this knight because of the pressure on the diagonal. So he plays a5. And he wants to put the knight on a6 at some point. White goes e4 and now knight a6. Yeah, the question of course is if you can take the pawn on c6 or not.
I have an interesting time situation in this game. It's the first time I see Shahriar being so, relatively speaking, low on time.
Yeah, first time he's done on the clock. About 15 minutes.
You know, I thought it was quite interesting when Shahriar was on the show yesterday and I asked him who he thought his main competitors, his main concurrents for the tournament were, and he said that there is you can't single out a single player. There's a lot of dangerous and strong players here. David Navarro obviously is one of them, but he said this kind of tournament, pretty much anyone could win.
Yeah.
So that was quite interesting. Okay, so what about that pawn on c6?
Yeah, I'm wondering about this pawn.
Can black maybe, no. I wanted to play rook c8, rook c2, but I'm hanging my knight on a6.
Yeah. I wanted to play rook c8 and take on c1 at some point, and then maybe this bishop starts to make sense.
So maybe
But,
just,
if he plays something like this, then of course there's another pawn here. Although the queen is getting in a little bit of a hairy situation. But maybe he just wants to play something like this and sacrifice a pawn to get active. I'm not sure.
You know,
Shaq is definitely calculating this.
Now that I'm watching the players, have we ever seen David Navarro get up during one of his games?
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Probably not. He's very focused.
Yeah, he's very focused during his games, and I'm not sure we ever saw him get up from the board. And we're told that he sometimes gets up, but always stands close to his board. Yeah, he's a very, he's notoriously polite person, so maybe the reason he doesn't walk around too much is because he doesn't want to disturb them.
Yeah, probably.
And we see just in front of this board is sitting that says Zainab Mamediyarova, Shahiar's sister. So she's playing in the tournament as well.
Yeah, did she take a bite today, or?
I think she regularly comes to sit there during her game.
Okay, yeah, we've seen her before.
Yeah.
Okay.
So quite nice having some sisterly
moral support.
Yeah.
She's playing against Þröstur Þórhallsson with the black pieces.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he wants to play something like this.
So
maybe just knight c2.
Definitely thinking about taking on c6.
Or maybe something like this. Although white can play well. Okay, if you protect the pawn, there's bishop d7. So I'm wondering where we should put the rook. And then black can take on d4. Okay, he gave the pawn back, but now he got all his pieces into the game.
And we have Winslow on the chat pointing out that it looks like Navarro is smiling. Do you see that? He now put his hand in front of his face, but it did indeed look like he was smiling, so might be happy with his position here.
Yeah.
Also, just for your information, the people watching this game, they are not very small, but that's because the top 4 boards play on a stage, so that's why the people have to look up to that board.
So interesting. He plays knight a6 to. He's willing to give back the pawn that he's up to activate his pieces. And we'll have to wait and see if Shaq wants to capture this pawn. Okay, let's have a look at
board 2.
Or maybe we should jump to Alexander Fier.
Oh yeah.
The game where he was being attacked.
So Alexander Fier, that's board 3. Playing Abhijit Gupta from India.
Can't see him here. Okay, we actually don't have a lot of moves. We saw g4. He took on g4 and now h5.
Okay.
Very aggressive.
Giving up the piece.
Black
f3.
did not take it, but if he does,
the white king might be in a lot of trouble after.
Yeah, maybe he can play h6 and then h7 because the knight is pinned.
Yeah.
King doesn't have a lot of squares, and we can make a check here and win some material.
Well, the problem is black has a piece and 2 pawns though, so...
Yeah.
Is there maybe something more for white? Let's go back a few moves. Can we take on g6, or is there nothing?
I take back. Probably if you take, then queen e8 on pins. And
yeah, it's hard to see something for white here.
Probably. Yeah, h6 seems like enough for an advantage. So black did not take. He went queen e8, and that's the position currently.
Both players have spent a lot of time here already, both down to an hour on move 12.
Here, of course, he doesn't have the same idea because we just unpinned this knight, so he can now simply capture the pawn. So here he needs to find an idea to keep the attack going.
Probably also needs to do something about that knight on f3.
Yes. But okay, he will always have an attack. I mean, if we retreat
to h2,
black can take on h5 maybe.
Can I even take with the pawn, or?
Yeah, it seems a bit risky. It's possible, but I would be
worried.
Very worried here. There's maybe even immediately something like, well, I thought we had queen f5, but there's queen e5. We can take on g4 also because of the mate.
That is true.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's take with the knight.
Yeah, and now black is off a pawn, but white should still have some attacking chances here. Okay, so we'll see what Gupta comes up with.
Yeah. And you can see actually he now disappeared. Oh, there he is. And he's gone. Yeah. So he does stand up.
Yeah.
And today we have the matchup Brunello against Alina Lamy. Today I don't think they are on our live board.
Let's have a look at that one.
But they are not on the live board.
Yes, they are.
They are. Sabine, who yesterday lost against Erwin Lamy, Alina's husband.
Yeah, so back to back playing the husband and wife.
Yep.
Let's see if he fares better against the wife. We had a pot winning setup by white in the English, and black used this standard maneuver here of placing knight on e8, and from there I can jump to c7, e6 for more influence over this hole on d4. Bishop e3, knight c7. But white strikes first. He doesn't want want to allow black to clamp down on the square, so he plays d4 himself. And now b6, d5, and knight e5. Need to do something about this pawn, b3. Now black is ready for b5. A standard break for black in this kind of pawn structure, and also goes well with the bishop on g7. And yeah, perhaps d4, d5 was read a little bit too early in this game. But Brunello plays aggressively here with f4, knight d7, and now a5. Trying to close down the position, but for this he has to sacrifice the exchange, which Alina accepts with b4, and now takes the exchange. The queen takes a1. So that's the current position. Looks like white has good attacking chances for this pawn. For this exchange, actually, yeah. He has a lot of space, and he has some ideas of attacking on the king side. So definitely one to keep an eye on. Yeah. We're being told that...
Yeah, quite like white here. Very active position. Good attacking chances.
Yeah. And yeah, sort of all the black pieces are stuck here on the queen side in a cluster. So maybe hard to defend at some point with the lack of space.
Yeah, and also like, well, black won in exchange, but he gave up his very strong bishop.
Yeah, his main defender also.
g7, so Alina will have to be careful about those dark squares on the king side.
Yeah. Should we, which game do you want to jump to now?
Well, we didn't update board 2, Roigao against Elianov, so we could maybe go to that. And after that, I would quite like to check back with Mathieu Cornet against Idani Puya, see how that develops.
Elianov is with black, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, we predicted he would at some point play c5, and he did here. Bishop e3, knight c6, rook c1, and now h5. If white were to go d5 at any point, then we have a structure that looks like it arrived from a Benoni, not the Spanish, and probably a good version of Benoni, because in the Benoni you try to play b5 and c5, and maybe you don't always manage to do that. So.
Yep. Do you think this is Roigao's lucky jacket?
Must be. He's always wearing it.
Yeah. Well, he's doing.
He doesn't take it off.
No, I've never actually seen him take it off. He sometimes put his jacket, his coat, on over it, but never takes his lucky Chelsea jacket off.
So let's see. This is the current. No, bishop e1 was played. And yeah, we still have this this tension in the center. And
yeah, not too much happening here.
Yeah, the question is if black wants to. He can relieve the pressure at any point by taking on d4, maybe hoping to get a strong knight on e5 to compensate for the backward pawn on d6.
Okay, so we will keep an eye on this.
Things should be about equal here.
Yeah.
And Elianov seems quite calm as usual, and has a better clock situation, about 25 minutes. Should we see if Cornet made some progress?
Who I told you earlier, someone in the chat had told us he was winning according to computers, but that was not true. So just in case you don't know, we don't use computers here ourselves, so we wouldn't know.
So he played.
We only had one move.
Yeah, only one move.
Yeah.
Which you thought about for 15 minutes. Rook d4. I'm gonna wait for the board to come up. Yeah, rook d4 was the last move. And yeah, he spent 15 minutes on that, so he's down to about 40 minutes. But now finally, Idani is starting to use his clock a little bit.
A very, very double-edged position here.
Yeah, we didn't see enough
Yeah, we didn't see
for the
enough
piece really.
compensation.
I don't really see anything wrong with taking on g4, or is there? Still though, okay, even though black is the piece up, it's hard to find a solid shelter for the king. It's going to be stuck there for a while.
You know, it's going to be hugely helpful for us today when Magnus shows up, if he can have a look at the games with us.
Yeah, probably he knows a thing or two about chess. But yeah, I still don't see anything. Any good ideas for white here? And Ítani finally, he's used 15 minutes also, so okay, trying to figure out what to do. He has some options. You can take with two pieces on g4, either the bishop or the knight. But maybe he's thinking a little bit more about the future home of his king, things such as this.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's move on. Maybe go to board 11, where we have our designated board of the tournament, the Icelandic clash between, maybe you should pronounce their names,
Yeah,
do better than
Dagur Argrímsson and Héðinn Steingrímsson.
Okay, we already have an endgame here. Let's maybe just quickly go through the moves.
Yeah, we had
how we got to this
an
position.
Nimso Indian. And it seems like we had some early exchanges. 96. And here the first exchange, knight takes e4, bishop to d6, exchanging a pair of bishops. And now black exchanges the queens with queen b8. White goes to the half-open file, attacking the opponent on, putting pressure on the opponent d7. And on 95 and some more exchanges. So early, quite an early endgame here, after only 21 moves. So the pawn is attacked on d7, so rook b7 to protect it. Rook c3. This gives white some options. You can put the rook on a3, attack here. At some point you can maybe put it on d3 also to put more pressure on d7. But it's an endgame, so black brings his king around, and his king can come to e7 to protect the d7 pawn where it stands well. Rook a3 was played, rook a8.
I guess black never wants to play a5, weakening the b5.
Yeah, that's why he plays rook a8. He wants to keep the pawns like this, because when you move either of the pawns, let's say pawn a5, then you leave some weaknesses on the queen side.
Yeah. White can probably just play rook b3.
Yeah. So rook a8, and now Dagur decides to grab space on the king side with g4. Maybe he has ideas of h4 and g5 to push this knight, and then all of a sudden d7 would hang. So a nicely placed knight on e5, and white seems to have a small edge here in this endgame. And we'll have to see if he can convert this, yes.
Okay, so we will come back to that later. Shall we go to Magnus second, the winner of last night's pub quiz, John Ludwig Hammer, who had a somewhat disappointing start to the tournament. He's down there.
Is he white pieces?
Yeah, he's white. He's playing against Hagen from Norway. Both players on 3.5. Another endgame.
Yeah, looked like we had a Berlin endgame here, which started well from this position, and yeah.
Hammer, who probably
he was the second.
Yeah, he was the second of Magnus in his match against Anand, so probably knows a thing or two about the Berlin.
Yeah, Magnus plays the Berlin actually with both colors.
Yep.
And played some nice games against Anand in the World Championship match in the Berlin. So bishop f4. And he allows black to take here on c3. So let's quickly just come to the
yeah, and we are told
position.
that on move 18, knight f5, that was the novelty of the game.
So this was a novelty, and rook d8 had been played earlier. Sounds like we have some music in the concert hall.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, and
going back to this
13.
position.
Yeah.
Bishop he played bishop g3, but bishop h2 was actually played in Caruana Carlsen in Baden-Baden 2015.
Tournament that just concluded a month ago or so.
Yeah, which Carlsen won after an interesting.
Yeah.
Won the tournament after an interesting fight with Arkady Naitic.
Yeah, but the game.
Yeah, but the game was drawn. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's interesting. Do you think? I think John Ludwig will definitely be familiar with that game.
Yeah.
So maybe trying to improve on Caruana.
So this is the current position, and we have this imbalance of knight against bishop. And also, yeah, I didn't notice that white is up a pawn. Where did that happen? They gave up c6. Did he blunder it? No. Just knight f5 was a novelty. It's hardly a blunder. So he figures that black figures he can hold this. So white will try to push the pawns on the king's side.
I would never play this sort of opening. I just don't think it's a lot of fun playing an opening where you're pawn down and you're just trying to hold on, you know?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to give black a lot of chances.
No.
But still there are a lot of weak white pawns if you can activate the rooks. It's hard to see though how you really do that.
Yeah. We had someone on the chat asking us, I think during the first round, if we could ban one opening, which one it would be, and both of us agreed it would be the Berlin. So
yeah.
maybe let's get away from this game.
But white's main plan is just f4, g4, try to advance on the king's side. And this looks quite good for Hammer because
he is also an hour up on the clock.
Yeah, which doesn't look good for black. Hammer seems to know this quite well. An hour up on the clock, so looking promising for him.
Okay, so where should we go to? Should we have an update on Jan Victor Johannesson? On board 5, playing against Han Melkumian.
Yeah, we left after queen takes d6. And knight d2, one of the ideas we mentioned, knight b d7, e3. And Jan Victor decides to put the bishop on b7. We talked earlier about this problem piece in the stone wall. You can either fianchetto it with b6 or reroute it to the king's side. And he goes with b6.
And you can see Jan Victor on your screens now. The sun seems to have come out. We had very big storms here this morning. We even
and yesterday.
Yeah, I heard that this morning some people left the hotel for fear that it might just collapse.
Really?
Yeah. So
yeah, the winds are quite strong near the sea here, of course.
When I left my room to go to breakfast, the hotel was literally shaking. So it was an interesting experience. Yeah. So
94. Which hotel are you staying in?
Yeah.
So he plays 94, and white captures this knight and plays rook c1. And actually, Jan Victor made a move. He played bishop b7.
Today might be a somewhat difficult day for the players, as there seem to be quite loud music coming from somewhere inside the building.
Yeah, the weekends can be tough.
Yeah.
Because there are always some events scheduled, but we try to schedule around so there are no noises, but it's hard to control everything. Yeah. But there are usually we have complimentary earplugs for players that are bothered by this. And also it's nice now you have an excuse if you lose.
Yeah.
there was a lot of noise, so I couldn't move my pieces. And okay, bishop e7. Black is quite solid, and I think white's play is most likely coming from the queen side. Queen d2, b4, maybe open up with f3. And meanwhile, black is more or less trying to stay solid. Yeah. We're going to go to board 1 again, see if Mamedyarov has made a move.
And I think after Mamedyarov's game, I'd quite like to update Gumi's game. We have someone in the chat telling us that Kjartansson is really going all in against Naroditsky.
Okay, we'll check that out, definitely. So knight a6, he was thinking for a while here, and he decided to take the pawn. But Navarra didn't go knight b4, he went bishop d7.
Okay, so not giving up the b5 pawn as well.
Yeah.
So white retreated to c2.
And now knight b4. So black sacrificed the pawn on c6, but now he has doesn't have any development problems.
Well, he was a pawn up before, so he just gave back the pawn.
Queen to b1, rook c8. Black getting quite active.
Yeah.
Knight f3, and now this funny bishop on h6 leaves the game, and knight takes c1. So
what do we make of this position?
Yeah, white has of course more influence in the center with those pawns, so we can say he has somewhat of a space advantage. But how to go on from here?
Yeah, and just to remind you, so the player with the white pieces, Mamedyarov, is leading the tournament. He's the sole leader on 5 out of 5, followed by a group of 8 players, and his opponent, David Navarro, is one of them. So it will be interesting to see if Navarro with the black pieces can stop Mamedyarov today.
Somebody pointing out in the chat, maybe the music is Magnus Carlsen's marching band. It's arriving here with, I don't know, let's see. Yeah, my guess is that white is still slightly better here, but nothing special.
He's down to 40 minutes, which we haven't seen yet in the tournament, so... You know, it's a big game for the players. Both of them are very high up in the live ratings. I believe they're number 13 and 14. Maybe, I haven't checked.
Shaq is up to 12, I believe, after his 5 out of 5.
Yeah.
And Navarra,
just gonna double
27-36. I believe that's about as high as he has been.
In the live ratings, Mamedyarov is on position 12 in the world right now, while Navarra is number 14.
Okay.
We have once again Mamedyarov's sister checking up. Oh, she's
service. Please refill my cup. Is he bringing his own coffee?
I wouldn't be surprised, because I talked to Shahir yesterday and I asked him if he would come out for lunch, and he said his sister prepared some soup in the room.
Ah, yeah, okay, maybe it's soup.
No, I think it's coffee, but I wouldn't be surprised if they brought it. Yep.
Okay, so far these players have played 3 times. No, actually they have made 3 draws in the past. Mamedyarov has won 3, and Navarra has won 1 game. And this is only classical games. So Mamedyarov seems to have the edge in this matchup. And here. Receiving his drink and getting his pants fixed. So it doesn't seem to be a lot of focus by his sister on her own game. Is she on the live boards?
No, she isn't, but she's playing a Grandmaster with the black pieces, so very funny seeing her.
She doesn't seem very...
sitting in the audience.
Very worried about her own game.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you like white?
I like white. I mean, he will fix the knight, put it back on e2 or something. And black has to be worried he can't really activate the queen too easily because of the pawn on a5, which is hanging. And yeah, the first time they played was actually in 1999 in the World Under 14 Championship, in which Mamedyarov won.
And
so what do we have here?
Okay, it looks like a chocolate bar or some sort of energy bar.
Yeah.
I'm not totally sure. Navarra, like many other players, takes off his watch during the game.
And he always has a lot of pens, some backup pens if if one breaks down. Prepared for anything.
Yeah. Okay, so should we go to Gumi's game?
Gumi. Do you like Gumi? Gumi.
Gumi, who chose a very aggressive approach in the opening.
That's not surprising. He quite often plays very aggressively and, well, okay, he didn't take on c4, he went g5. That does surprise me. So he turns this into a gambit, not recapturing the pawn, allows a b5. It's Guðmundur Kjartansson against Daniel Naroditsky. And queen goes to c2, knight d5. And Gumi decides to grab some space, e4, knight e7. So getting a large space advantage on the king side in return for the pawn. And h5. The question is, where will black put his king? Rook h4. Not sure what the point of this move is.
Maybe indirectly protecting some of the, like the e4 and the d4 pawns.
Yes, maybe allows the queen to move at some point.
Does he maybe want to put his bishop to h3 and put his rook
yeah, maybe he wants to play
first?
Yeah, wants to maybe play at some point bishop h3 and think about g6 or something, I don't know.
Yeah.
But okay, black took on d4. And now he doesn't no longer have double pawns. Got rid of them, so he's up a clear pawn. But white argues that he has some kind of an attack going here.
Okay, I probably would quite like to play bishop h3 because I have to develop that bishop at some point, and the bishop wouldn't really be doing much on e2. You could maybe consider putting it to g2. But I just wonder if after a move, let's say bishop h3, I wonder if black can castle or if that is too dangerous.
You need some nerves to castle there.
Yeah.
But still, where else to put it? Maybe on the queen side. Maybe.
I think it would be might be in some danger on the queen side as well.
Yeah. Okay, it's rather a dynamic position, right? Okay, he has also the bishop here. I think this will get quite interesting quite soon.
Time situation.
Definitely want to keep an eye on. It's rather similar. 56 minutes for Kjartansson, 42 minutes for Naroditsky. Did we have some other interesting games that we want to look at?
Should we maybe go back to some of our camera games? Maybe go back to Julio Granda Zuniga.
Where is he? White pieces, yeah, Ariantari. Okay, so queen b6, and he played h4. We see a lot of space grabbing in the games, c5.
We might actually have to bring in more chairs, as we seem to have quite a big audience today, which is nice.
Bishop to f5, sacrificing the pawn on d5, on knight c6.
And bishop d3.
Yeah. Not sure why black would sacrifice a pawn there. Doesn't seem really necessary.
Yeah.
But maybe the queen, is the queen in trouble somehow? Well, we can play here. So if you go to b3, then black can regain the pawn, either by taking on d3 now, or taking on b3 first, depending on what kind of pawn structure he likes. And he doesn't do that, he goes bishop to e6.
Okay. So the white queen now has to retreat to e4.
That's like the only move.
Yep. I wonder what black's idea is here.
Yeah, I don't quite get it. Doesn't seem to have any tremendous activity for the pawn, and still needs to resolve this bishop to finish development. Granda puts the queen on e4. Yeah, it's hard to see where the compensation is coming from. White doesn't seem to have a lot of issues to deal with. And he can, even though he played h4, he can safely castle on the king side. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, but I don't believe black has enough for a pawn here. And let's go to Alexander Fear.
Yeah.
That game was quite interesting. Yeah, I was trying to remember which game had
an early kingside attack by Gupta.
Yeah. So we had h5 and queen e8.
No,
And yeah, he took an f6. Yeah, his knight is of course a strong defender, protecting h5 and some other important squares. And now he activated the knight on c3 into the attack, knight e4. So black doesn't have time to take the knight, so he retreats the bishop. And now h takes g6. If we were to
take on f3,
probably we can play something like knight d6. And once the queen moves, we take on f7. But that's not mate though. I thought we had mating ideas, but the king seems to be safe for the moment right here.
yeah,
So maybe we have something stronger.
yeah, this is a crazy game today. If you had to pick right now, who would you be, white or black?
After f5?
Yep.
I'm not sure. If it's unready, then white. I don't take, usually don't take chances like this in my games.
Abhijit has already spent almost 1 hour, so...
White could play probably aggressively with knight d6 here if he wants. No, but yeah, the pawn on g6 is hanging. I thought the queen had to move to d8. So both of the knights are
attacked.
currently under attack.
Yeah. I think Alexander looks very relaxed for someone who is being attacked like this.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what white even does now.
No. Trying to find some ideas. Yeah. I mean, something like this. Black can also always either sacrifice back, or here white needs to worry about black taking on e2. So I'm not sure where he puts the pieces.
Okay, but we have a lot of excitement
a lot of
going
exciting
on
games. He's
in
down
other games.
30 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, so we're first gonna go back to Cornet, Mathieu Cornet, the game we looked at earlier. A very interesting game. Okay.
Yeah, where he sacked a piece in the Najdorf.
So we had some developments here.
Rook d4. Okay, Itani went queen a7. Interesting move. He
unpinning the queen. hanging the knight on f7, but attacking the rook on d4.
Yeah, and it was the knight now to move.
Yeah.
And it does so. Knight f takes g4. It just seems to me that once you have the strong knight on e5, you shouldn't have any worries about a big attack. This is a really strong knight. So that's why I really don't believe in white's compensation.
Still, you are not worried about that king on e8?
Of course, but it's going to be hard to...
What about the h-pawn?
That's definitely an asset for white. I mean, he does have 2 pawns for the piece. And yeah, the h-pawn is definitely something that he needs to use and black needs to keep in mind. So now he took on g4 and f takes g5. So we have some simplification. Yeah. Still, I really like the knight on e5.
e5. The material situation is still, black is still a piece up, but white has 2 pawns for that. So what do we do? Do we want to take on c8, or do we want to retreat the bishop?
Sure. We can give a check here, maybe put it on e6.
Yeah, I was thinking about this.
Because now we have some ideas of bringing the queen closer to the action. I have a feeling that black should probably play g4 in this case, try to keep lines closed. We don't want to open up for this rook.
Yeah. What about if we take on c8? Rook takes. Queen h5. I wanted to just grab the pawn on g5, but maybe can black maybe... You don't really want to play knight f7 actually now.
Maybe queen f7.
Yeah, queen f7. I just want to take on g5 really.
You also have to be careful about this threat, 93.
That is a good point. Yeah, okay, then let's go back.
I think bishop e6 looks...
Okay.
He actually made a move, he took on g5.
Okay.
That also makes sense. Yeah, the problem maybe with bishop e6 was g4 keeps lines closed, but he took on g5. And this activates the rook on h1, which can now at some point try to use the h-file. And of course this is not hanging because the knight is pinned, so we can take back with the rook. And yeah, at the moment it's 3 pawns, so things are maybe starting to look slightly better for Cornet in this really sharp game.
Okay, so we're gonna leave this game.
Yeah, a lot of games to look at.
Now, yeah, we're gonna go to a game we haven't looked at yet, and that is Erik Hansen against Axel Rambaldoni on board. Can't even find them. Board 10, yeah.
That looks like, okay, it was...
Should we maybe quickly go through the opening moves?
Yeah. Bishop e5 check in the Sicilian, knight d7, rook a1, and yeah, the standard idea, putting bishop on f1 after you have castled. And quite often this turns out similarly to perhaps an Italian game or Spanish, but not in this case. Black is setting up a bit differently, e5, bishop e7, d4, well actually looks a bit like Spanish, except the bishop would be on c2.
Yeah. I think we actually saw a game of Erik in the Spanish in this tournament where he had a very similar position to this, just with the bishop on c2.
So okay, c4, b3, takes, queen c7. Everything looks quite normal here. Castles, queen e2, and the music getting really loud right now. And Harpa. Knight c5, bishop a3. Yeah, so let's quickly just get the current position. But something interesting here is Rambaldoni sacking a piece. Or are there some tactics? Yeah, he takes on b3. So he's sacking
the exchange.
Gives up 2 pieces for a rook. Okay, let's go back a little bit. And f5. So he gets a rook and a pawn for 2 pieces. It actually has some influential pawns on e5 and f5, so he's restricting the white pieces a little bit. Technically, materially, it's equal.
It's an interesting material imbalance.
Probably we have to protect this pawn probably with g6. It's usually logical to, when there's a knight on g3, it's usually logical to play against it with g6 because you take away squares from this knight. And yeah, we definitely don't want to take on c3 and allow white to take on f5, because then we're giving away some squares that we controlled and white is getting active.
You know, I struggle to evaluate this sort of position. What is
2 pieces against rook and the pawn.
Two pawns.
It's 2 pawns, yeah. Okay, so that looks nice for black actually. Yeah, I miscounted. I thought it was 1 pawn, but of course it took an e4 and b3. So it's 2 pawns, so actually it's black who should be
small material.
Up on the material count. I think I like black here. I mean, the knights don't really have any strong outposts, which you want to have.
Yeah.
Let's go to Lipszewski.
Yeah, we're now going to go to Fabian Lipszewski, who apparently sacrificed an exchange. Is playing against Jose Rafael Sequeira Paulini. Okay, we had an interesting opening here. Let's quickly
it's a French, but he played f4 on the second move. E5, c5. So looking like an advanced French if you play d4, which he did here finally. And f5. I don't know. It looks like a solid French for black. Bishop d7, knight d3. He took on d4. Knight takes, rook takes, bishop d3, and now rook takes f3. So he gives up the exchange. And after rook takes f3.
What's the time situation? So black has spent almost an hour. Very interesting sacrifice.
Yeah, probably wants to play. Knight takes e5.
Okay, yep. Okay, so knight takes.
Rook h3 is logical. But maybe not a good square. I'm not sure.
You
can take or go g6.
Maybe go g6 now.
Yes. Now we're threatening e5.
Yeah.
Still, we probably must take the pawn.
Take with the pawn because after queen takes. Oh, but you can't. The pawn is hanging with check.
You can take with the queen, but I think he would take with the pawn, just to influence the center more and restrict the pawns. So he has 1 pawn for the exchange. Knight takes e5 is not necessarily forced, but it looks like that should be the move.
So
if not, then white can.
No, black has actually taken on c3.
Okay.
And just to let you know, we had a result already in the Icelandic duel between Arngrimsson and Steingrimsson, an endgame we looked at earlier, which ended up in a draw. So our first result of the day there.
I mean, white will at least spend some time to calculate this typical sacrifice. Although I don't think it's working here. It's still always dangerous. Yeah. But probably a bishop c5.
Yeah.
Something like this.
What if, can I play bishop e8 and just run away with my, no, there will be, okay, I can't run away with my king to e7 because there will always be bishop g5 or mate.
Or mate-ish.
Or mate. Yep.
Okay, maybe, I mean, he will definitely consider the sacrifice. Because we need a square for the king right now. The threat is to give a check and then queen h7 and rook f3.
Yeah. We have a lot of people in the chat asking us about the music here at Harper. I guess you just... It's the weekend, there are some other events going on in Harper. I guess this just happens once a tournament, so probably just have to cope with it for today.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Reykjavik Fashion Week, we're told by our producers. Lots of beautiful girls in the building.
Yes, very nice. Yeah, unfortunately, the music is one of the many traditions of this tournament during the weekend rounds. But yeah, we cope with it. I mean, usually there are some distractions at open tournaments anyway, so very hard to play in such a large playing area and not have distracting things.
So,
how does black escape this?
So white is still thinking.
Could be bishop f8 to protect g7. Now we can. Well, there's always bishop g5.
Yeah.
We can first, of course, we can start with this check. Check. Maybe this is.
But now we can play bishop
e3. So
can we maybe now take on b2? Or
it's at least tricky. Well, taking a b2 then probably.
No, with the pawn. I wanted to take.
Yeah, but still rook f1.
Simply.
Closing. Closing the king in.
Yeah, threatening to mate and to take my queen. So that wasn't the best of choice. How does black defend?
Yeah, that's a good question. White is thinking, so he's definitely calculating this line. So the threat is queen h7 and rook f3 simply.
Yeah, we have Pete asking us in the chat whether when Magnus will come on, whether we will ask him who he thinks his toughest opponent will be in the future. And so if you guys have questions for Magnus, you can either write to us in the chat or you can tweet hashtag Reykjavik Open, and we'll try to ask him some of your questions. So just let us know. And we're also being asked a lot about when Magnus will come. We're not totally sure, but once we find out, we will let you know.
Yeah, there's no set schedule. He just said he might drop by. And
he said he definitely would, so I just hope doesn't change his mind.
Yeah. But he said he would come. We didn't even ask him, so
I asked him last night at the quiz, and he said, "Oh no, I didn't even ask." He told me he would come if we didn't mind.
Yeah.
I said we surely didn't. So yeah, we'll be here.
Can we play? Maybe we need to play some move like bishop c8 to get a d7 square. I don't know. It's a bit tricky. Definitely something to think about to take an h7. And it's almost guaranteed that this is what White is currently thinking about. So maybe we should just look at another game and come back and see if he
maybe go
goes
to
for the sacrifice.
The game of the legendary Artur Yusupov.
Yeah, he was defeated yesterday by Navarra.
Yeah, in a very technical, very nice game. And today he's facing Cristina de la Foijo from Romania.
Okay, this opening, let's see it, d4, g6.
Actually, Cristina de la Foijo, who is here with her daughter Sabina. So that's two chess families. We have the Mamadiarov family and the Foijo family. And interestingly, Cristina de la...
And the Alina Lamy, the Lamis.
Yeah. Well, we have a lot of couples, but I didn't mean couple, I meant families, And Cristina Della, she represents Romania, but her daughter, interestingly, she switched federations and she now represents the US.
Okay, but we have f3 here, so this is looking like a same-ish King's Indian, but black has played c5, a6, a4, h6. So the position that we currently have looks like more like a Benoni, and after black takes on d5, c takes d5. This is a position that we could also get from a Benoni. And after knight bd7, knight c3, rook b8, standard move. Black isn't threatening yet to play b5, but he would like to at some point. Bishop to e2, knight e8, queen d2, pressure on h6, so king h7, castles, knight c7. So in cooperation with the rook, black is now finally ready for his break, b5. But white allows it, he plays f4, b5, and now he plays a well-known idea, a famous idea in the Benoni, well known from the game Penrose Tal, in which the British master defeated the former world champion with this idea e5. Adela didn't take on e5 immediately, she went pawn takes a4 and now knight g to e4. And the idea that Penrose played is that after d takes e5 is to play f5. And this is a pawn sacrifice, but it opens up a lot of dangerous things for white. Number one, the pawn on e5 blocks in the bishop. It also takes away a good square for this knight. The f5 push gives us this wonderful knight on e4. And white gets really dangerous attacking play from the sacrifice. As he played knight b5, this knight wants to jump into d4 and try to influence things from there, which is a lot better square than c7, where it was. On c7 it was mainly just helping black push to b5, so now we can find a new job for this knight. She wants to put it on d4. So white needs to think about if he wants to take or allow this knight to jump into to d4. We can also
I guess you don't really
c5
want
maybe
to take the knight and improve black's pawn structure.
No.
But then again, you don't want to have a knight on d4.
Yeah, this idea, Penrose Tal, was played in 1960, so a rather old idea, but still very relevant. I'm wondering how white should play, but if anybody knows, it's Yusupov.
Okay, so I think we're gonna check back with this game as well as all the others. We have a lot of interesting, very exciting attacking games today. We're gonna check back with them afterwards, but we're now gonna go on a quick 10-minute break, and hopefully when we get back, Magnus will be joining us. We're not totally sure yet when, but hopefully soon, so stay tuned and thanks for watching.
Welcome to chess.com. Chess.com is social. Now you can play chess with your friends whenever you want, whether that's middle of the day or middle of the night. You can get instantly matched up with one of over 5 million other members from around the world. You play live games in real time, turn-based games at your convenience, or tournaments with anyone at any time. Chess.com is mobile. You can play online from your computer, or you can play on the go from your tablet or your smartphone. No matter where you go, whether you're at work, grabbing a bite to eat, or you're just enjoying some time at the park, your games are there with you, and keeping multiple chess games going has never been easier. Chess.com is for learning. Don't just play chess, get better. The best chess training resources have never been more accessible. Learn essential chess strategy quickly and easily with the extremely popular Tactics Trainer tool. Improve your game in ways you didn't know were possible with training videos by chess masters. And regardless of where you're at now, take your game to the next level with multiple simple-to-use training tools. Chess.com is for everyone. Over 250 million chess games have been played on Chess.com. And it doesn't matter if you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com is the place to play and learn chess. So create your free account now and see what Chess.com is for you.
Here we go.
Not here yet. He's going to be on the show, but we still don't know when. So we're gonna dive straight back into the action. First board, the clash of the top two seeds, Mamedyarov and Navarro. And
should be on the screen soon.
Yeah.
And there we have the webcam. Yet again, Mamedyarov away from the table. When I was walking to have something to eat earlier, he was also. I met Mamedyarov, so it doesn't seem to be at the table a lot. But Queen C7 was played here. Knight E1, protecting the C2 square. He doesn't want any piece to arrive there. Rook C8, Knight C to D3. Now the question is if we can play Knight C2. In that case, we can take on A5 at the end. So probably we'll just take it. And there's no check on the back rank yet. But we still have to be careful. We can't allow, for instance, this would be a blunder because of bishop h3. So we have to be careful about our back rank. But if rook d2, we can play. Well, bishop f1 hangs a pawn, so well maybe this is taking this pawn is maybe not an option for white yet. But he didn't go knight c2. He went queen c3 instead. And this attacks the pawn on d4. Right here, but Mamedyarov moves it, and we have some exchanges. Surprisingly, Mamedyarov is down still on the clock.
He's just about to get more coffee there, maybe?
Saying up Mamedyarova. His sister is pouring him some coffee, it seems. She's been sitting there a lot.
Yeah, I was just telling the guys here on the room during the break that when I went out to the playing hall during our break, and she grabbed me and she asked me if she could take my camera and take some pictures. She'd seen something she liked in the playing hall, so maybe she should. Needs to focus a bit more on her game. Did
she finish her game or?
No. You can actually see her game in the background there. That's Trostor.
Ah, yeah, it's Trostor.
I don't know if we can zoom in. That's her opponent right there. The empty board next to the guy in the checked square. That's where she should be sitting.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, back to our game. Mamedyarov, Navarro. Do you think White is maybe in some trouble here?
No, I don't really see any big problems. Black has control of the c file, but no immediate threats, unless you can play. Well, one idea is to sack here, but I don't think this works. Ending the knight and then trying to win it, but I don't see this working actually. We can quickly unpin with queen d1. Don't have time to do anything. So looks around balanced. I mean, White has the strong center, but Black has some influence on the queen side.
Oh, and look at your webcams. Look who's there. There he is. That's world champion Magnus Carlsen. Just checked out.
And President Gunnar Björnsson.
Yeah. So you can expect Magnus to join us on the show very soon. He's probably going to have a look at his seconds game. John Ludwig Hammer, maybe have a look at the game of his father, Henrik, who is playing in the tournament, and we're hoping that he will be with us very shortly.
Mm-hmm. So let's go to Gupta.
Yeah, our game of the day, clearly Abhijit Gupta. So again, guys, just I said before, if you have questions for Magnus, let us know on the chat or on Twitter. hashtag Reykjavik Open, and we'll try to ask him some of them. Okay, so Gupta against Fear, which is our most interesting, most exciting game of the day so far. Maybe we left the game off, where we did?
After f5,
After
with
f5,
both knights attacked.
Attacking both knights.
And he went to knight d6, which I thought of for a minute, but I thought queen takes g6 was strong there. But he decided to sacrifice the piece on the d6 square, and now he can take on f5 and hit the queen. And then he took on g7. Fear had to take with the queen, as otherwise the queen can enter here with queen h7, probably with mate. So queen takes g7 and queen e4. So the immediate idea is rook g1 and simply take on g4 and win the queen. Take this pawn. Black can't move the queen, for instance here, there's always mate, so the black pieces are a bit stuck. I mean, this guy still can't move. This one isn't really influencing the action, and since the knight can't move, then this guy is out of the game. So a rather simple idea by white, rook g1 to rook g4. And I don't know what black can do here. Maybe rook f6 to g6, but you also have to worry about queen e8 check at some point. We'll try something like this. And rook g1.
And we have big news for you guys out there. Magnus Carlsen has just entered the room. So we're gonna go on a quick break now, just as long as we get the mics set, and we'll be right back.
Okay.
welcome back everyone. We are very happy to be joined by our guest of honor of this year's tournament, the world champion Magnus Carlsen, who, as you can see there, detains all titles in classical rapid blitz and since last night the title of the pop quiz. So maybe start with that. What did you make of last night's pop quiz?
It was interesting. So I have spent a lot of time not only playing chess but also studying all kinds of classic and also obscure games. So that was fun to be able to use some of that knowledge.
Yeah. So you scored a 27 out of 30. Is that right?
I think 26.
26, okay. So I was misinformed. You had teamed up with your second and friend, John Ludwig Hammer, for that. So you're in Iceland for 3 days, I believe?
Yes.
On a holiday, visiting the tournament?
Yes. So my parents are here, and originally some more people were going to come, but that didn't happen, but happy to be here.
Okay. And so your father, Henrik, he's playing in the tournament. He scored some nice upset in one of the early rounds, I believe?
Yes. So I talked with him today about the games. He was very excited to do well in some of the games, and he was telling me about the games, going through them. He was also driving me crazy because he couldn't remember it.
Okay.
But no, it's he loves chess. He's been following it for a long time, obviously, and I think he's happy to play.
It's one of the few tournaments he plays in, right?
It's the only tournament he plays. So.
How come? What does he like about Reykjavik?
I think he likes to come here, and also my mother likes Iceland very much, so that's why they come here.
Maybe something, I don't know, for example, does your mother play chess as well? Or? No.
She played, I think she has beaten Magnus 6 or 7 years old.
Okay.
But she's never been much into chess, but that's good.
And last question about your father. Do you help him prepare for his games while you're here a little bit, or
no?
Not at all. No.
Maybe if he was playing a very strong player, but I think now he's after he lost yesterday, he's playing someone at just a little bit higher than himself. And then he can usually figure it out on his own.
Okay. So this is your first time to Harpa, the playing hall here, I believe?
Yes.
What do you think about the playing hall?
No, I like it so far. It's a very nice building, beautiful landmark here, and I haven't gotten much of an impression of the playing halls yet, but it seems to work out. Yeah.
You famously played here in Iceland. Remind me of the year?
Yeah, I played in 2004 and 2006. Yeah. So first time I didn't score so many points, neither in the classical tournaments, nor in the blitz or the rapid, but I managed one good result, which is what people remember.
Yeah. So we had a few questions.
Let me just say that in 2006 I was actually much more successful than I played in the Open. Well, I lost in the last round. I refused to draw for many times, but in the end I lost, and I was like 5th. But then I won the Blitz tournament. I beat Vichy and so on, so that was nice.
Good memories.
Yes, lots of good memories.
So we had a few questions from our audience. Also, if you guys have any questions, you can still send them on Twitter, #ReykjavikOpen. Someone was asking that you seem to spend a lot of time on the road. How much time do you actually get to spend at home?
Well, I've had quite a bit of time at home now, so it's all right. It's about equally divided between home and the road.
And then we obviously had quite a few chess questions. Your next event, I believe, is in Azerbaijan, the Shamkir.
Yes, it's Shamkir Gashimov Memorial. Yeah.
And so that starts a month from now. A very strong event. And we had people asking us, who do you think is going to be your toughest opponent in future years?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think. In general, a good thing is not to overreact to results. For example, in instance of Caruana, one should not overreact to his latest results, which have not been very good, and also not to his great results that he had last autumn.
Okay, so I think we're going to take advantage of the fact that we have you here, and I don't know, have you been following today's games a little bit?
Yes, a little bit.
Before you joined the show?
So I was, to be honest, I was watching football more, but yeah.
Okay, so maybe start with the top game of the day, Mamediarov Navarra. I can maybe hand the mouse over to you, that might be easier.
Yep. Well, let me just see what's happened. So we had this line, E3 is Kramnik's invention. Bishop h6 is kind of typical of these lines, preventing the knight from coming into f4. So this looks normal. White should have compensation. Maybe knight a6 was clever. Now he gives back the pawn. Yeah, now I think that black is better. Yeah, I think black is definitely better here. Potential passed pawn, and also nicely centralized pieces. And if rook takes a5, that's not what he did, I think.
Yeah, I think he just played knight e1.
Knight e1.
Yeah.
Then anyway, a4 takes. Looks very bad for white. Maybe he's intending knight f3. Idea takes.
Oh, sorry.
Oops.
Just if you untick the box on top.
What?
Just if we analyze, need to untick because we're receiving moves automatically.
So oops. A4 takes. Knight f3 takes. Knight e5. Maybe bishop f5 is possible, but then I think g4, so knight back then. And white has excellent drawing chances, but although he will lose a pawn after this and rook d1. But I think maybe after knight f3 he can play queen c3. Looks very, very bad for white. Typically in the green felt, if black has this pass pawn on the a file and white doesn't break through in the center, that's very bad news. So I'm predicting
black win.
Yeah.
No, just side.
But okay, I think he can.
A lot of work.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot of work.
Yeah. As we have the top two players in the tournament facing each other, Mamediarov Navarra, can I ask you, what's your, if you had to put your money on one player to win the tournament, who would you pick?
Well, before the game, definitely Mamediarov. I think is slightly stronger player, and he had half a point more, and he was white in this game. But circumstances change now. Now it's hard not to bet on Navarra. He did reasonably well in the European Championship, and he seems to be playing well also in Vikings. I would not bet against him. He seems to be doing very well here.
Okay, so let's now test you in some more tactical positions. We had a very exciting game on board 3. If we close this one.
Yep, you do it.
Yeah. Abhijit Gupta against Alex Fier. If I can find them. So, I'll untick
Bishop c8?
this.
Wow.
So, if you want, you can maybe quickly take us through the whole game, because we were not really sure what was going on here.
Well, this is kind of a rare line of the Petrosian Queen Indian. So there are other options here for white as well, like bishop f4 is quite popular here, I think. h4, I don't know, looks reasonable enough. So I don't know if castles, he just goes h5 and takes with the rook and so on. Okay, so this g4, h, okay.
As I said, we're quite happy having you here, because we were not entirely sure what was going on here.
I don't know. But it doesn't look very correct to me. Okay, maybe that's forced, but this, I don't know. It is kind of hard to develop the queen side, but I'm thinking that even if black were to, well, not knight c6 doesn't work, but even if black were to give up a piece somehow and then get the rooks into play, it should be okay. Bishop c8. Yeah, I don't know. I think that black should be winning, but I'm not entirely sure. It's now. It's maybe hard to suggest a move here. I don't know, d6. What's wrong with d6? Queen e6, rook f7. I don't know.
Yeah. So
maybe it's not so easy for black, but
yeah.
Now I think this will happen, and maybe rook h4.
Okay,
I think bishop c8 was a bad move. Okay, let's.
We're told that another very interesting game is the local hero so far of the tournament. I don't know if you've seen. Yeah.
That was wrong.
Yeah.
Try to close it.
Okay. We'll go to the game of Jan Melkumian. I'm struggling to. Yep. Should I? Maybe insert. Can I just go to insert?
Boring.
Just having some. We'll be right back with you guys.
I lost the notation.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, here we are. And we're with Jan Victor Gunnarsson, who so far has been performing at 2800 level, and he has another very interesting game here with the black pieces.
Yeah, so I think normally here in the opening black goes bishop e7 to avoid the exchange, but maybe this is not so bad. What? General white should be a bit better. So I like the c4 to some extent, trying to shake it up, because long term white should be a bit better with better pawn structure and potentially potentially better bishop as well. So now it gets more tactical. I think, yeah, this looks very nice for white. Maybe here even bishop takes e4 was possible, but this looks pretty juicy. So this knight is wonderfully placed, and
so you think close to winning for white?
yeah, huge advantage. And the rooks are not getting into play. I mean, materially, white is not doing that badly.
Yeah.
Let's say he gets this pawn back, he has 3 pawns for 2 exchanges, which should be quite reasonable.
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine that white will not get an exchange back in some way. So,
you know, I've just been wondering, we were talking a few days ago about how nice it was to have Mamediyarov, who is an elite grandmaster, playing here in the Open tournament. So I'm wondering, when was the last time you played an Open tournament? And could you ever see yourself playing an Open tournament again?
Well, I played an Open tournament in Brazil last year, but it was not. It was a hybrid of fast classical and also blitz and rapid. But a normal classical Open, I don't know.
What did you make of Kramnik, let's say, Kramnik and Giri participating in the Qatar Open?
Well, Kramnik can't win any of the best tournaments anymore. So. No, I mean, as long as you play on the top boards, I think the opposition is quite interesting, and these 2,600 players, especially the young ones, they are very ambitious, well prepared. So it's interesting to play them, but I don't know. For me, it would have to be something special.
Yeah. Okay, how about I let you pick a game to look at?
Yeah.
If you just close this board just on the cross. Yeah.
This one.
And then you can pick a game you like.
Is Hammer here?
Hammer is here.
There is.
Yep.
Oh, that wasn't very interesting.
Well, it was in Berlin, so what do you expect?
No, Berlin's can be interesting, but... yeah, okay. You want a pawn. It's not a great pawn, but it's nevertheless a pawn. Hammer, he likes pawns very much. Yeah, it's...
You said the Berlin can be interesting sometimes. Do you, on your level, do you have something like a favorite opening?
Not especially. No. There are very few openings that I like.
Okay, can we maybe go, we have our producers asking us to go to Cornet, who apparently has an amazing game. He has the...
Cornet.
Yeah. You're doing a better job than me in finding games.
Okay, it seems like he has an amazing fight for a draw.
It was a crazy, crazy game again. We had quite a lot of
I think this
exciting games today.
This is theory. G4. So, for someone like me who doesn't play the Neither very much, I would probably consider A3 here, but I'm assuming...
just if you want to show a variation, just untick the box on top.
Here?
Yep.
Something like this, but then maybe Rook C8 is coming and Rook C3 is there very soon. So he doesn't care about B4.
G4 was a new move in this position. And we have people wondering on the chat if your left arm is broken.
No, it's... yeah. Just well hidden. Yeah, I guess White has reasonable compensation, but it doesn't really seem that he's playing for an advantage. So I'm sure there are improvements here.
Yeah.
But now I think White is definitely playing for a draw. And now that impression is pretty clear. So now I think Rook C3 is forced. And we will get probably a very interesting endgame with two rooks and a knight against two rooks, which should be a draw, I assume, but I'm not sure if I've seen that before. I've seen two rooks and a bishop against two rooks, and I've seen a rook and two bishop against a rook and bishop, but I'm not sure if I've seen two rooks and a knight against. So I think he should take on here, so I think takes, then king a2 and rook e6, so probably rook to e5, and eventually he might untangle.
So what do you think?
I think it's a draw, but it will be a long
game. Okay. So maybe let's just check our top games. Board 2 is the Chinese player. Are you familiar with him, Hui Gao?
No, not really.
He's a big Chelsea fan. He's been wearing, regardless of the defeat, his Chelsea jacket every day in the tournament.
Yes. Unpleasant, but defensible. I never really got this system, so this knight d7. I think also Svidler played it recently against Dominguez, and he didn't fare very well, although he made the draw, but after being completely lost. And think yeah, I don't know. But I guess here it worked out quite nicely for black. Still white should be a little bit better, but this bishop is a little bit worrisome. Now after we have to exchange on e5, then it's clear that only black can be better with a better bishop. So he tries to exchange as much as possible, and now he's in for some suffering, but probably a draw.
Okay, we've had a few more questions. We had someone a couple of times ask us if you were still being coached. I think that's maybe not the right expression to use, but you do work with other people, notably John Ludwig, I believe, who is playing here.
Yes, my main coach is Nilsson.
Nilsson.
So, yeah.
How often, do you have training sessions? I think you've posted videos. You go abroad sometimes.
Yes, we have training sessions, especially before big tournaments, and now before Shankir we'll have a week or so for some training with also some other good grandmasters. So that will be interesting.
Your training sessions, how do they typically look? Chess and sports?
Yeah, some chess and sports. They work, I do sports.
And someone asked us, if you hadn't been a chess player, what would you have liked to do?
I don't know. If I'd known, I'd probably have done that at some point. So.
And final, well, we had some. What are your predictions for the Women's World Championship, and how much women's chess do you follow?
I don't know. If Hu Yifan is playing, I think she's a huge
I think
threat.
she's not playing because she's playing an event in Hawaii.
Yeah, well then I don't know.
Yeah. Is she the only woman player?
No, I mean I see the games at least sometimes. So it's I mean the games are interesting, especially from a theoretical point of view, because women there are usually quite well prepared, as they have good coaches and so on. But after that, the quality is a little bit fuzzy sometimes.
And just in general, when you're not playing yourself, when you're home or traveling, how much chess do you follow?
Well, I follow all the big tournaments, so as much as I can.
And also, if your friends play or something, if your father plays, he just plays once a year, but your friends, do you follow their results?
Yes. So especially if the games can be watched on the internet live or after they've been played, I try to look through them, either to give advice or just for fun.
And you mentioned the Play Magnus app before. You said your mother managed to beat the 6 or 7-year-old Magnus. How are things with the app? And I think there's an event coming up in New York.
Yes, we have a new function which is called the Magnometer. I don't know who came up with that, which shows the evaluation. It goes to either side to just so that people can see how they're doing. So in Norway, people have been used to seeing the evaluation on the TV screen when I'm playing tournaments, and they like that. So I think it's a good thing. And otherwise, we're having an event in New York, and where I will play some people who have qualified by playing in the app. Yeah.
Do you know how many people use the app?
No, I don't know exactly. No.
But you're quite involved with all the work.
Yes, once in a while I stop by the office to get an update on what's happening and give my input.
Yeah. Okay, should we maybe go to a last? I'll let you choose a last game.
Yes, I think we have a game Paklis Mosesian.
Did you open that one or?
Yeah, I opened it. I mean, D5, that's such a bad move. Incredibly bad move. But maybe white is still doing well, but I don't like it. now, yeah. Maybe this was the wrong plan by black. Now we just sacrificed. Yeah. I don't like this. It's too much coffee house chess. So,
Yeah.
I think that White is doing well, and from what I know, Paklesa is quite a good defender, so he will probably win this.
While we have you here in Reykjavik, later this year there will be the European Team Championship will be held here. Do you already know if you will play or not?
I do not know. In general, I like playing in national team. We have a good atmosphere there, especially when we're winning. So, but we'll see. Depends on my schedule and also the other players' schedule, because I will not play if we cannot field our best team, then it doesn't make any sense.
We had someone on the chat, we all know obviously that you're a big sports fan, and in May this year there will be the boxing match. I'm not a big boxing fan myself, but we were asked for predictions, and do you follow boxing at all?
No, I know that there will be a match, but I have no... I have no
favorite.
No, I have no information that could that I mean, I cannot make an educated guess.
Insights,
I don't. I know that they are both very good. One of them, maybe they're undefeated, but apart from that, I couldn't tell.
Boxing may be one of the very few sports you don't follow.
Well, I don't follow everything, but no, I don't particularly follow boxing. Part of the reason is that boxing is illegal in Norway, so it's not being shown on national television.
So what do you mostly follow? Football?
Yes, I like football.
Basketball?
Yeah. And chess. Most of all chess.
Most of all chess. So I'll let you pick. We had a result.
Yeah, we have a result.
On board 1, so you might swing back to Mamedyarov as a tournament favorite, maybe.
I don't get it. So you can push the pawn, then push the pawn. Knight e3. I mean, that's clever, but it's much too clever. No,
You're not impressed?
No, that was just stupid. So I think here simple means will do. If not to win, then at least to get a huge advantage and possibly good winning chances. So.
How do you explain that kind of decision? Because Navarro is a very strong player.
Well, he's a creative player too, and he likes these kind of ideas. But it's really bizarre to me. Just as a kid, you were told in such positions, push the pawn and then think. Yeah? So no, I mean his pieces are all very well placed. So.
Do you think it can be explained by tiredness? He played in Jerusalem last week. How do you
Maybe, but
on your level, obviously, you don't. Often.
But the thing is that it could be a factor, because when you are tired, the things that go away the first are the obvious moves. I mean, Navarro has surely seen a4, and that's the first move he considers. But sometimes, if you're a little bit tired, you might second guess yourself, and then you see another opportunity. Because I think you can be very creative even when you're tired. And he starts seeing ideas like, let me just...
it's on TikTok.
you know, I'm sure he's seen the idea. Knight f3 looks very good, and then queen takes e4 with checkmate. So you see such an idea, and especially if you're a little bit tired, you get, you know, blinded by such ideas, and then you forget about the simple ones like queen d3. Because here, maybe he was intending rook c1 here, but that doesn't make any sense because of queen e3 and f3, king f2 and a5 is falling. So.
Talking of tiredness in games, Ingvar and I have been talking quite a lot this week about what you should eat and drink during games. What's your advice on that?
Anything that gives you energy, but slow energy, so nuts, fruits, and so on.
That's what you do yourself?
Yes.
You're famous for drinking orange juice?
Yeah, not so much anymore. But in general, orange juice is also good because it's a lot of sugar. I mean, natural sugar, but energy doesn't go away. And so if you, I think if you play long games, maybe at some point you will need something stronger, like coffee or chocolate, Coke and so on. But in general, just something that gives you energy but doesn't give you a rise and then a fall.
Do you want to have a look at another game? Maybe?
I don't know. I was really disappointed in this one.
Yeah. Maybe find something to cheer you up.
And let me see how this one is going. So he sacrificed.
So we move to Gupta Fier, the board 3.
I find it really hard to say something intelligent about this game. Maybe a check, maybe not. Takes, knight check, king to d1. Shit.
Yeah, we keep forgetting about that too, so. And we just have a breaking news that your countryman Tari, he lost his game today against Gwanda Zuniga. Okay, do you want to go to that? Have a look?
Doesn't look very pretty.
No. We thought that maybe things went wrong.
There was a game in the Bundesliga today with Mickey Adams against Motiljov. Mickey played 92.
Okay.
I think that's a normal move, but as usual, Granda has other ideas. I think here black is fine in a lot of ways. Queen b6 makes some sense to prevent the bishop from developing. In general, I would assume that bishop g4 is the best move here, or maybe if not the best move, a normal move. Shit. And then, well, if black gets e6 and so on, I think you should be a little bit better. Anyway, c5, queen d2. Okay, that's clever, trying to force e6. I think even after e6, like h5, h6, black is not doing too badly, but maybe he was...
Yeah, we were quite surprised.
Okay, so he gave up a pawn,
yeah.
Huh?
And we were not sure what his plan was here, why he gave up, what he got for the pawn.
No, I think white got a lot of squares.
Yeah.
That's what happened. No. So he... No.
Can you maybe tell us a few words, what do you think about Arjen as a player? He has quite a few fans in the chat here. Everyone thinks he looks like a young Tom Cruise, but what do you make of him as a chess player?
I think he's very talented. He works hard, but he he still maybe has a little bit too much respect for some of the strong players that he plays.
Maybe like today?
Maybe, but I think today maybe has not so much to do with respect. Just seems that bishop f5,
Yeah, just no
some
opening.
kind of blackout. Yeah. But I think as he grows older and stronger, he will gain more confidence, and there's no question about his ability.
So you expect him to see you playing alongside you on the national team in the near future?
Yes, definitely. It's not easy to take the step to the best in the world, but I think he enjoys playing a lot, and yes, he should continue to improve.
How does, can you maybe tell us a few words about the chess school in Norway, the NTG, which I believe he attended and you attended?
Yeah, I think Arjen he's not old enough yet. But,
Okay.
So now the point is, of course, that if he goes here, then bishop f7. That one's trapped. Of course, it's been Simon Stein who's running the school for many years, so I've benefited from that since I was 9 years old.
Yeah.
And I still keep in touch with them. And I think Simon is as enthusiastic as ever. There's a nice crop of good young players. Arjen is starting high school next year.
Yeah. Okay.
It's very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let you have a look if there's anything that grabs your attention.
Well, I cannot actually see the positions here, but
No.
let me see if something has happened in this game.
So we're going to Melkumian against Gunnarsson.
Well, you can win the exchange now with... but in such a position, I mean, there are just so many good moves for white. So, for instance, you can start grabbing some material. And maybe a b6 will fall as well. It looks very, very bad. Yep.
Just we had someone in the chat ask if we talked about sports before, do you follow Nordic sports as well?
Yes, definitely. As any self-respecting Norwegian does.
Yeah. And just another question about Iceland. Have you seen any of the sites? Have you been to Bobby Fischer's grave?
I have not. I was, the only thing I've done here so far is I went to the what is it called, Laugardalsvoll or something. It's Laugardalslaug. To the
People nodding their heads.
swimming and the hot pots and so on. I like, my parents do that every day, so
Okay.
I like that. And maybe tomorrow we'll go for some sightseeing to Gullfoss or something. But it's if the weather was a little bit better, it would be easy.
Yeah. We mentioned before today in the morning it was hard to even just normally walk, so maybe not the best time for sightseeing. Anything else? Yeah? If anyone in the audience has any questions?
There are never any questions.
No.
from the audience.
I'll ask one. How did you know about the Besman-Anderson game? That was very obscure.
Well,
Is that a question about
yes,
last
it
night?
was from last night.
So we have Grandmaster Ian Rogers from Australia asking a question about last night's pub quiz, and maybe you can explain.
Yeah, so there was a question about a game, Anderson-Bassman, where Bassman, there was a relatively normal queen-sitting position, and then he just moved his bishop back and forth for 12 moves, and Anderson still lost the game. So that was basically the point. I like chess. I like chess books, so I came across it at some point. again,
I was wondering where.
I don't remember where. I really don't remember where. But
It's a great game, actually.
yeah, but you'd be surprised that I do read as much chess as I can. So.
By the way, it wasn't just bishop a8, bishop b7, it was king h7, king g8.
King h7, king.
And that 4 times with queen d6, queen d8. He was very original in the different ways he lost the tempo.
Yeah.
So we're having some discussion. I think Magnus, who,
Thanks.
Yeah.
because of his high score in the quiz, prevented Ian and Peter from winning the title. So they're still ruminating.
Yeah.
We had one question come back a few times in the chat. Are you religious? Do you believe in God?
It's simply not an important matter to me. Which maybe gives away the answer to the second question. Yeah.
Okay. There is a lot of side events. You participated in the pub quiz last night. I believe you're going to participate in the football tomorrow night. And on Monday night there is a backgammon tournament. Do you play backgammon at all?
No. My father tried to teach me backgammon when I was little, but
Didn't.
Didn't take. No.
Any more questions in the audience? You won't get this chance too often.
Well, since we are in Iceland, I would like to ask you about your opinion of who is the best Icelandic chess player.
So we have someone in the audience asking who Magnus thinks is the best Icelandic chess player right now.
I don't know. So I think since 72 there's been a lot of strong Icelandic players, but now there really isn't anyone who particularly stands out. So I guess in terms of top chess, Iceland is a little bit behind Norway and especially Norway now. But so I really don't have an opinion.
A question.
We will be back.
I hope so. I hope so.
What do you think is the strongest chess nation at the moment?
I think Russia, but
Still.
yeah, it's by far the strongest chess nation. But
how do
I
you-
think India will be the best in 20 years.
And how do you
15
explain,
years.
if you think Russia are the best, how do you explain the fact that they haven't been able to win any Olympiads in a really long time?
Well, I think I think more of their ratings and their accomplishments in other tournaments. So, their failure to win the Olympiad, that's another story. But for me, it's a more weighty argument how they do otherwise. But it's their problems at the Olympiad is really something you chuckle at when they're playing the Olympiad, and then apart from that, I think they're still the strongest.
Any last questions? No? Anything you would like to add, or you've had
I'm
enough?
pretty much done.
Okay, so I think we're gonna. So thank.
still my Magnus impression? No?
And we're back. That was really nice. Great having world champion Magnus Carlsen here. He seemed to be in a So is that Ingvar or is that still Magnus with me? No, great having Magnus on the show. Very insightful comments on the games and just a very nice guy.
Yeah, just nice to for the people in the chat to get an opportunity to ask him some questions. And yeah, unfortunately, not many questions by the people right here.
I think that is always the case.
It's always the case.
But anyway, let's not talk too much. We have time trouble phase, so we're gonna go straight back to it. What is maybe our game of the day? Gupta against Fear.
Tripling on the H file. We saw this, and well, I missed some of the analysis, but Magnus was looking at some stuff here. Yeah, okay, castle queenside, otherwise if you take the rook then queen takes b2. Looks like a good idea, followed by knight d5, etc. Now he saves the rook. And let's see what happened. Rook h4, bishop f3, bishop to c4. So now the question is, what happens if we take on d1? Probably we can't protect the g4 pawn, so white just takes back, and the next move is rook takes g4. So therefore rook b e8 followed, and now rook d to h1. And again the same idea, the g4 pawn hangs if the bishop leaves. So now it's white to move. So we have a move on Fear that hasn't appeared. Yes, rook e6, and Gupta down to 2 minutes, 7 minutes for Fear.
Gupta is going to be in some serious time trouble here. He's still down a piece, and he is going to need to figure something out very quickly here.
Yeah, rook e6. Okay, he's fine with sacrificing back some material because he will have 2 pieces for the rook, and pawns are equal. And so if white takes, and this pawn is also going to be weak quite quick. The rook e6 also blocks the diagonal, so this knight is no longer pinned. There was one crooked diagonal, that's better. And yeah, probably was worried about something like queen f5, followed by rook h7, or such ideas, or even rook h8.
Down to almost a minute now.
Yeah.
Doesn't look happy at all, I think.
Maybe rook e6 is a strong move. I thought queen f5, no,
so
but he takes it.
Take on a6.
Pawn takes
Here
back.
instantly takes back, of course.
And what? d7. Okay.
And is Fear about to instantly reply again?
Still with just under 8 minutes left.
Yeah, I think in these kind of positions, the only times you should reply instantly if you really have figured out what you want to do. There's not much point, I think, trying to play maybe the second best move just to put some pressure on the clock on your opponent. So he did take another second and then played rook d8.
Yeah, and it's okay. Of course, Gupta saw that rook d8 takes d7 would win this pawn, but it takes some time to win this pawn.
We have a Ginger GM, Simon Williams, joined us on the chat, and he's saying Björn sang him a nice song in Banreki. He's wondering if you can sing him a song in Icelandic.
We'll
Maybe
sing
do that
you a song, Simon.
Once we're done with the time trouble here. And Simon, did you see that a lot of players today played your move, g4? So today it's kind of Ginger GM day here in Reykjavik.
Commentators with an early g4 push in the spirit of the Ginger GM. I think I like black. I don't see any immediate idea for white. I mean, you could try
Rook
rook
down to
g1.
30 seconds now.
But okay, the threat is to take on g4, but
Can we just play rook king f8 here?
I can just play king f8, and doesn't look like
20
there
seconds.
should be any issues. And yeah,
Still has to play 9 moves to reach the time control.
of course he gets 30 seconds for every move, so he has about 5 minutes left to make these moves, but he has only 3 seconds left to make this move. And rook h3.
Okay, so it seems like we have a 3-second delay on the clocks maybe, because he moved and went up to 36, so played with 6 seconds left.
This, well, obviously hangs the rook,
Yeah.
but
If you take,
I was thinking we take the bishop,
yeah,
but is there something to worry about? I just play king f8. The threat is rook g4 as before. So is there anything to worry about after king f8? Just don't.
and you have a world champion there, Magnus Carlsen, still in the playing hall watching the game.
Maybe you should go to board 2 and follow Magnus.
He's walking around the playing hall rather quickly.
G takes a3. I don't see why not.
Yeah,
He takes an f3.
so that's,
Seems like
we have Anonymous on the chat telling us Carlsen just wants to be on camera. I somehow doubt that.
just king f8. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see anything here for white actually, and I think we can safely predict a
Black win.
win here for Gupta. The king can safely come to e7, and if white protects the pawn on d7, king e7, and then take the pawn. Okay, yeah, we should move on. I
Are you sure? Do you not want to wait? I think we might possibly have a resignation very soon in this game. Because I just don't see white as an entire piece down. There really isn't. He had some attack before, obviously, but now he just has a queen and a rook. So I'm not sure Abhijit's gonna want to hang on here.
I don't really understand this last move, rook 1 to h3. Felt a bit too desperate.
Well, things had probably gone wrong a lot earlier, as when Magnus was here, he just assessed the position as winning for black already. So
Yeah, okay, yeah.
maybe just an attack, too optimistic attack gone wrong, possibly. So rook g4 attacking the queen. Should we move on, or should we stick with this game? Not sure.
Let's move on. This looks over.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Erwin Lamy. We will keep an eye on this one. Erwin Lamy, who is playing against Jacek Stopa.
Jerry the G-pawn.
Another endgame.
Yeah, so Stopa with white. Erwin is up a pawn in his customary endgame, where he has been getting a lot of wins in this tournament, and well, in general. Taking on g3 looks, well, not entirely forced, but likely. He can also play rook f6 check, but no, he can't really do that, because then we just attack the rook, and well, actually we can do that, but I'm not sure. No, if we take on g3 first, then we just take on f6, which should be winning for black. So taking on g3 looks forced, that's what he did. So now the question is, can he convert this endgame? Has to keep the rook on the second rank. If we go to f3, we can capture some pawns.
And we did indeed have a resignation on board 3, as predicted. But Abhijit is taking it with a smile, which is nice to see.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
of course. I mean, he took a chance. He went for the all-out attack, so of course it's gonna be risky.
It looks like he is pointing out to Fear that he missed something, shaking his head.
I think what he missed was finishing his Kit Kat.
So maybe they can share the bars now.
Yeah, they're discussing the game. It was quite an interesting attack. So maybe they will analyze this game. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, so Fear is now joining the leaders with 5.5. So it's Mamedyarov has 5.5, and Fear has joined him. Do we have somebody else who has won on 4.5?
No, I think a lot of games are still going on, so we're gonna move on now. We're gonna go maybe to board 2. Ruigao against Pavel Ilyanov. Okay, so this one, not too much going on here. I think we're not going to stick with this for long.
Black has
the players just reached the time control as well.
Black has the more comfortable game, control over d-file. He can place his rooks on the second rank, maybe threatening rook a2, a2, and he has more space. So, okay, Ilyanov will press, but the question is if it's enough.
Should we maybe go to Coronet?
Yeah,
which
I think it might be already drawn.
Okay, yeah. Let's just see what happened there.
Yeah, we had this funky, funky material imbalance of 2 rooks each and a knight, an extra knight. And then we had this end game, which is completely drawn. They actually played it out for about 20 more moves, but it's very easy to draw. And quite an early stage for rook and knight against rook after only 39 moves. I think that's quite rare. Okay, we're going to look at Jón Gunnarsson with the black pieces, having a fantastic tournament so far, but maybe his run is coming to an end against Hrant Malkumian. Or is it? Is this the position?
Yeah, we have the position on the webcam there.
Yeah, we had this earlier, and Magnus liked the white here a lot. But what is this? What?
Get Magnus back. Help us out here. What happened here? Okay,
he played knight g6, king takes e6. Isn't this just too much? There's only a queen and knight left. Queen a4 check, rook c6. What's the idea here? Queen c6 check, queen c5. Looks like he messed up. And Jonathan decides to simplify here with rook takes f4. Maybe he had some issue on the clock.
By the way, the names on
names
your board.
Yeah, it's Malkumian with white and Gunnarsson with black, which will be fixed in a few seconds.
So it took on f4, queen d5, queen g4 check, and king d8. So that was the last move of the time control. And right now thinking.
So 4 pawns for the rook. That shouldn't be enough. The only chance really is some kind of perpetual. But it just looked like knight g6 was a
very strange move.
Strange move.
Yeah.
If you go back, just king takes e6, and I don't really understand. I mean, he does have some compensation with the pawns, so let's say just queen c7 or any move, and then just move the bishop, and you're still in the game. So a rather weird blunder for this level. I mean, I can't really see any hand yet.
Yeah,
it's not going to be checkmate or anything.
Okay, we're gonna come back to this
Yeah.
one.
So current position like this.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Erik Hansen won his game against Axel Rombaldoni. We thought that things were looking okay for black in that game. I actually quite liked black. So what happened there?
Ah, yeah. In this game. Okay, play queen d7 to protect the pawn. Let's see how this game progressed. e4. Pressure on c3, so the knight must go to d4. Takes on d4. Now black has two connected passers on the queen side, but it's hard to get them going. g6. Sacrificing a pawn here. I don't know if this was necessary, but okay, he decided to go for this. Now, maybe the tables are starting to turn now.
Yeah.
Because we can activate the knight, we can have some outpost, we can take this. And black only has one trump left, and I'm not sure it was worth it to sacrifice a pawn to get this position. Then white brought his king. Of course, it's the end game. Another move I don't understand, just took the pawn, rook d3. Okay, he's undermining the d4 pawn. So it takes on d4. But now white gets some active pieces. The immediate threat is rook c8 and then bishop d7. So therefore he went back to a8. But now can we play bishop e2 and put some pressure?
They took on
He took an h7, yeah, threatening knight f6.
Yeah.
Went to rook c5, but now knight f6.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook c5.
The problem is if you go rook b5, there is still knight f6.
Yeah, and that's going to be mate.
And mate is coming.
So you have to keep an eye on the d6 pawn. But perhaps you can't do that. I'm thinking we can kick it away somehow.
We must be missing something here, but anyway, let's maybe move on to games that are still going on. So we're going to go to Daniel Naroditsky. If I can find him. Not even sure where he is. Can you see his game?
Johannesson with white.
Yep.
And first glance looks like a win for black. So we had this
A lot of pieces.
original attack here by Johannesson, but seems like it fizzled out, and here he's just done some pawns for some wake compensation. Actually, he's at the exchange right now, but looks like he lost it back. The black pawns are quite strong, and okay, he plays knight c6. He might have overlooked something here. Bishop takes b5. He might have overlooked knight d3 if you take on a4. Okay, this is what happened. And he's not going to take on c1. Well, he could probably do that and still be winning.
Yeah.
Well, not really, because he won this pawn, but it's still probably better for black. But he went knight b2 and took on a4. King b3, bishop d7, and rook d1. Which just looks
Pretty over, I'd say.
winning for black.
Yeah.
Should we see
Go to Aaron's life, well, his life and
last
life.
party?
Alina Lamy, who's playing against another Italian player, Sabino Brunello. Okay. We saw this game early on when Sabino sacrificed an exchange.
Yeah, we have this
A1.
position, queen takes a1.
And we thought White had some decent compensation here.
Yes, for sure. I mean, he has the space advantage, and he can line up and strike when he wants. So he strikes with e5 here. We have some exchanges. Black tries to open up because he has the rook, which he would like to try and use. Yeah, probably the players spent a lot of time around here.
Yeah.
It looks rather complicated.
Some tactical mess here.
So now White is down a whole rook, but he can play queen d5 check and
Take on
regain it,
d7, yep.
which he did. Queen f8 check. Now she took on c5, and material is equal, but White has a very threatening pawn on the d file. And now king g3. Yeah, we can't. We take this. There's a check, and we regain the piece. Although
It's not so easy. Can I play a move like, I don't know, queen? Who is playing for what here is the question.
I think White must be playing for a win with the
Okay.
pass d pawn.
Can I then, yeah. Wanted to play
Maybe queen e4.
queen h1. Just trying to give a perpetual. But the problem is that you can always meet queen e1 by queen f2. And the queen does a good job defending.
Yeah, I think I would try
Just push the pawn.
push the pawn. The only check is here, and I'm hoping I can run away here. It looks like I can. Just run away to the queen side somewhere for shelter.
Yeah. Can I try g5 or is that? Oh no, there wasn't even a check. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah. So maybe not so easy.
Well, we have some moves.
We have
Let's
some moves, yeah.
we see them. Let's see what happened. Bishop 96, queen e7, queen e8, king g3. She played queen d5, bishop d4 check. Very tactical move. If knight takes, then we hang mate in 1 here.
It wasn't
So she takes with the queen.
No, there was no way. The queen could go back.
Ah, hang on a minute. You can go there, but what's going on? I would just play. I'm confused. Maybe you play no.
I'm confused too.
What do you do with the knight or black? And if d7, I'm both worried about
Queen f.
black starting to check, and maybe black can just play knight c6 as well. Now that actually hangs the knight like this.
Okay.
But if you start checking, that looks risky, to say the least. Maybe even knight f5. Winning.
Nice. Okay. And we're told that Alina likes to take risks. As this morning she went outside in the storm to take photos.
Yes, that's highly risky when you're not on the heavier side in this wind.
I think she almost flew away. I read her report on the Banwetti tournament on ChessBase, and she already took a lot of risks in Ireland. So. Okay, shall we come back to this one?
So she took with the queen and not d2. Maybe she thought this gave her better chances, but okay, White has a walking perpetual now if he wants, and probably he'll take it because we're just about the queen. So maybe White was just playing for a draw all along, and if knight takes, we just get the perpetual. Maybe that was the idea all along. Perpetual like this. Okay, looking like a draw. So if we go on to
Where do you want? Let's see what is still going on. Let's maybe check the Norwegian duel between John Ludvig Hammer and Hagen.
Still boring.
Yeah.
No, it's at least we have equal points now. Hammer had a large time advantage earlier, as much as 1 hour, but I'm not sure what it is now.
What is your gut feeling about this endgame?
I think I like white. We're just taking a c5 next. Looks like that. So, yeah, I mean, white should be better here. I'm probably winning.
Yeah.
2 connected pass pawns. Usually,
Yeah.
quite good in the rook endgames. But we have a lot of people watching board 2.
Yeah. So let's go to board 2.
Reykjavik against Steil-Antoni.
But I think there won't be much happening here for a while.
Yeah, I forgot.
They're just maneuvering.
Forgot this game.
Yeah, black is pressing, but we're not sure it's going to be enough.
Rook d3, at least we have a threat now, if nothing happens. We have bishop takes h3, followed by rook takes f3. So white needs to react to that threat. White, yeah, probably still has some
move
some
his
issues.
king?
I think black's better here.
Yeah,
Yes, of course. Yeah. Black is better.
Black is really better. The only question is it going to be enough? Can I, yeah, in the audience, as yesterday with us.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Is it the chief arbiter? Is it Magnus? No, it's not Magnus. Yeah, king h2 looks natural.
Do I have a question for? Was going to be for a question for Omar, maybe. So a question for our main arbiter, Omar. Did Magnus behave well in the playing hall?
Yeah, he behaved as a world champion.
He behaved like a world champion with her, so.
Is that necessarily good?
How did people react to him being in the playing hall?
Actually, I could say that some of the people got a little bit like shocked. They were just sitting and watching him when he was walking.
Yeah, so I told people here in the room.
So some people didn't know about
Some
it.
people didn't know he was here. So.
Yeah, we did not announce.
Yeah.
So it was like this,
Yeah.
and then Magnus.
I remember in 2006 I was playing the tournament here, and all of a sudden my game was in the last round was one of the last to finish, and I found Fiona was just standing and watching the game. I got a shock first time to see.
So we have Omar telling us that he played in the Reykjavik Open himself in 2006, and during the last round, which was during one round, his game was one of the longest to go on, and suddenly Vishianand was standing watching his game, and he was in shock himself. So, okay, let's see what else is still going on. How about we go to Hannes Stefansson's game with the black pieces against the young Razvan?
We promised Razvan to have him on the broadcast for his tweet from yesterday. And
okay, so another rook ending. Black is
I can tell you that Stefansson is quite good in rook endings.
Yeah, I'm feeling fairly confident that he's going to convert this into a full point.
Active king. his king, white's king is cut off.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to win the pawns on the king side, and
Proto,
already has a passed pawn
Proto
himself.
is also down to only 8 minutes to hold this, so
Yeah,
we predict a black win here.
easy black win. I might even be able to win this. It's that.
So we now, where should we go to? Maybe check in on Ingvar. Ingvar Grétarsson with the white pieces against Justin Sarkar.
Yeah, and after that we're going to take another look at Nothing Happened.
What happened here? Okay.
We're going to take another look then at Jonahsson's game, who might be scoring yet another impressive victory. Although he struggled in this game, but defended well and just capitalized on a blunder, it seemed. Ingvar with the white pieces here, and can he win? That's the question. The black king stands quite well on d6, and it's tricky to see how white can approach with his king if we try to go. Let's just make a waiting move for black. So if we try to enter through the king side, then we can bring our king, and we also have to worry about
I can play king.
worry about the pawn, of course.
Yeah, I'm not sure how white can make any progress here.
No, I don't see how you win these pawns, a7 or f6, or advance your own. Black just keeps the king on d6, and the bishop should be able to cover, because the white king has only 2 entry squares really, h5 or b5, and the bishop should be able to keep an eye on those squares. That's my gut feeling.
Yeah.
This should be a draw.
Okay, so we're gonna go back to Jon Viktor Gunnarsson, who is having tournament of his life so far.
And if he wins this game, then he might even
Have a GM norm already.
might even lose 3 games in a row, and it shouldn't matter. I mean, this will be his 3rd GM, and 2 of them are well over 2600. Front is 2676, and Glenn Jones well up there in the 2600s. But okay, he still has some work to do. White has some pawns there on the king side. And we also always have to be careful about the perpetual check, because black doesn't have a lot of shelter for his king. Plenty of time for Jon, about 19 minutes versus 35. And we are on move 44 here. So looks like
Do you think this is enough for black to win?
gut feeling is yes. But still, there's work to be done.
Can we go to a game I believe we haven't looked at all today, which is Sebastian Mazej against Kolovic, the Macedonian Grandmaster, the 3rd game up there. See what's happening there. So an endgame where white is an exchange up.
And yeah, most likely that should be winning.
Yeah. Okay.
White can always sacrifice his rook for the bishop and a pawn and get a passed pawn on the queen side. So it looks like looks like an easy win for white.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on. Maybe check in on Erwin Lamy against Stoppa. See if there's any development.
This rook endgame he took on g3. Pawn takes, played rook d2 like we thought, had to stay on the 2nd rank. King e5. And black king enters and check, rook e1. And now a4. Well, black always has this idea of just playing rook f1 to f2, which looks like it forces the issue.
Yeah.
It gives black a pass cheap one, rather far advanced, and probably enough for a win. Erwin looks quite relaxed, while it looks like Stopa has admitted defeat already. It seems like that to me. Doesn't seem all that interested in what's going on at the board.
It's funny, I would read his body language as quite confident, which obviously can't be in light of the current position.
Yeah.
But, I also think that black is going to win this one. And we see that's a Proto in the background right there, so his game is over. Let's have a look at that. You can see him in his Canada jacket on your right.
Okay, so he must have just resigned.
Yeah, so let's go to his game. So he did just resign after King e5.
King e5, maybe he didn't even play King e5.
Gawain on the screen. How did Gawain do? Is he still playing? He won. Okay, so Gawain Jones won his game against his good friend Tanya Sashdev. Okay. So, where should we go to?
Look at that one. Just stay with the Lama game since we're looking at it. That looks rather easy. Rook f1 f2. I don't see any counter idea for black. We can't really go away with the king, because then we just take on g2.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why
he's thinking.
Yeah, why he's thinking so much.
Yeah.
Don't see any immediate counter to this idea, unless white wants to go for all the other pawns in the meantime.
Okay, so I guess we take on g2.
Yeah, we could maybe start with this. I'm not sure it makes a difference.
Okay, and he didn't play.
Okay, yeah.
So let's update the board.
Rook b1. And he can play this first as well. So if rook d3, there's rook b2. And if king c3, now you're in the way, and now I'll go back to f1.
Yeah.
So maybe a small finesse.
We're briefly joined in the room by Alex Fear and Nino Maizoratze. Alex, who?
Yeah, sure can.
Yeah, so we're gonna have Alex on the show, Alexander Fear from Brazil, showing us his crazy game against Abhijit Gupta. I'm gonna go for a brief break and I'll let you take care of this one.
Okay.
So stick with us, we'll be back in just a second.
We're joined by Brazilian GM Alexander Fier, who's going to show us his crazy game against Abhijit Gupta. Did you have a look at it with him?
Yeah, we took a look. We didn't understand so much still, but okay, let's try to show something. Okay, I was not expecting h4.
No, looks like a weird move. I haven't seen it
yeah,
before.
but I remember there was a game with h4 and Black played h5, and I don't remember if Black won or if the move was bad. I just remember it existed.
You remember seeing
this
it?
h5,
Okay, yeah.
So h5, and looks like here I have some problems already. Because, okay, if I play this 6, he has this queen transfer that is quite annoying.
To
Let's say something like this. Oh, no, I need to play b5. No, the bishop on a6 is hanging. And queen f4 and knight e4, and it's not hard to go out from this. So, okay, castle is a normal move, no? And g4 is not.
No, that looks...
I think I have to take. And I thought he would play knight e5 here. It was one of the options. And I was thinking about g3. Because, okay, if fg3 I can play some queen c7 ideas and the pawn on g3 will be more or less hanging. Okay, if he goes bishop f4 I can play d6 now, and he needs to come back. And if he plays castle, that was the move I was more scared. I was thinking about my thematic idea of d6 and bishop c8.
Aha.
And okay, I thought if he plays knight h6 I can take, and I have some knight g4 ideas. I can play gf2, sacrificing the exchange. Sometimes bishop f5 can come, so I thought it would be okay. But maybe he can take on f6 and play knight e4. This looks more dangerous than what I thought. But okay, he came h5. That is also interesting. And okay, maybe I should take the piece. But I didn't want to give this bishop.
Yeah, can you play
h6,
h7?
Yeah. I didn't know if I should include or no f takes e2 and bishop takes e2. Because sometimes the knight goes to e2 and f4 quicker, like this. And if no, I was thinking something like rook e8, g6, something like this. But always he would take on g7 and this bishop on g5 would be really dangerous, no? So I thought the way I played, at least I could have the bishop instead of him. But after I played, just after I played, I realized that he can play this. And okay, if I take here, he takes, and if I take, he plays g7.
Aha, yeah, of course.
And queen h7 will come. So here I'm kind of lost. Bishop c3, queen takes c3, let's say, and I still have no way to defend the rook on f8. So I thought maybe I should have to play this move, which I was not happy to do. And I'm not sure if I can go out with the rest of my pieces in time before he gives me mate. I don't believe so, in fact. No, but okay, it's what I have to do, no?
Yeah.
So, but fortunately he took on f6. And here I thought it was okay. After knight e4, I had one strange idea that after h6, okay, my main idea was to play bishop e5, and if he takes, I take, let's say castle, and I will play something like f5, and I thought it was safe here, more or less. But if I had this other move in my mind, I was not sure if it was working, but I thought could be one idea. Probably now, looking like this, probably he has something like queen d2, maybe. But if he has to go away with the knight, or if he plays queen c3, I just play f6, and then looks fine. At some point, I'll go out to the king and go out to the pawn, and I will have a good bishop. But okay, probably bishop e5 is more sound. So, but after h6, I thought after f5 I was winning, and somehow it was much more complicated than I expected. So knight d6, he said he overlooked at f5.
Ah, okay.
So knight d6 this. Okay, I take a knight f5. And here I have a lot of moves. I was thinking about queen f6, queen e5, queen f4, rook takes f5, all kind of things. Okay, queen f6 was one idea, because if he takes on g7 I can play queen f2. And I can play queen d4 and queen g7. But he has rook h5. And he's threatening some things, and it's not clear how I'm going out from this. So my idea was to play queen e5, because if rook h5, now I have rook takes f5. And if rook f5, queen takes b2. Then I'm fine, finally.
Yeah.
But knight g7 and queen e4 is really strong. Okay, it's the only move too, but it's really annoying. Because, okay, if I play d6, he'll play check, and here come rook h6. Oops. And if king f8, he can take on d6 and king e8. I was thinking rook e6, rook e7, trying to play knight d7 on the next move, or even bishop c8 again. But no, I think white should be much better here. So okay, if I don't have this move, my only other idea is to play bishop c8. Because okay, if I play d6, I'm winning. So he is forced to play here. And here I had some ideas with bishop b7 too, to play knight c6.
Yeah.
And because I'm threatening to take on b2, so I was thinking, if this, I can play rook b8 and b5, and then catching this queen. Because if bishop g2, if queen b6, rook b6, bishop d5, rook f5, queen c8, rook f7, queen c8 is the problem.
Okay.
But I have this intermediary check on g5, and
you get the g7 square.
And then I can play here. But the problem is that he can play something like e3. And here rook b8 doesn't really work. And if queen b2, he has bishop c4 check and queen takes d7. So it's just problematic. And other option is to play queen a6 here, that I thought I would play knight e5 and it would be interesting. But okay, knight c6 is probably better. And then e3, I thought he would play rook h4 here. And I was thinking about knight e5. And queen a8, and queen g5 should be an interesting move, but the problem is that you can play something like queen d5 and rook g4, and I don't have knight f3 and queen d5 because I'm pinned. So the other idea was to play queen f6, and here give check and king g7 and rook h2, and here g3 rook g2 is okay. So I was thinking about rook e8, for example, because he cannot castle because of queen f4 check and queen h2. But I had no idea what this position was giving. So, but probably is what I was going to play. And the e3 and knight e5. Now if he takes, he has some problems because of knight f3. And
yeah, this queen takes b2.
Yeah, I think here.
Oh, it's queen d5 maybe.
No, but queen d5, king g7.
Nothing.
Yeah, he has no checks. Just something like this. But okay, queen d5 check he played, and knight f6. Here he probably has this rook h4 move that I didn't see at all, with the idea of simply queen h5. So if, for example, rook b8, this, knight e5, and bishop c4 check. I have to take and rook takes g4, and probably he's winning. Maybe I can play some bishop a6, but I don't think I'll survive. But finally, after castle, rook b8, here I think I'm finally okay.
Okay.
I can put all my pieces in the game, and afterwards I just need to take some care. He tried to give this rook on d1, on h1, on h3. And okay, finally I can skip with my king to f8.
Finally you took the rook.
Yeah.
Now it's safe. Yeah, I didn't know, was this maybe too desperate, rook h3? No, maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was just playing king f8 and I would be safe, no? Here, and then I would start to take on this side and play knight e5, and he has no attack, and this queen has no squares.
Yeah.
So it's just
yeah, so it didn't matter.
I think it was more lucky than good player, but okay, it happens sometimes.
Oh, complicated game. I mean, you have to do the work either way.
Yeah.
So now you join the leader?
Yeah.
Feeling good?
Well, yes.
You think you win?
I don't know.
We'll see. Anyway, always nice to have you, and good luck. Always nice to have you here.
Thank you.
Good luck for the rest of the tournament. And yeah, we're going to have a short break and bring Fiona back.
And we're back. Still the 6th round, the ending phase, final phase of the game here in a Hartberg concert hall. Music has slowed down.
Yeah.
That died down, but we're still here.
Should we have a look at the Lami's game?
We're especially sticking with 2 games, Stopa against Erwin Lamy and Melkumian against Gunnarsson, because they could be joining the leaders
yes,
if they win.
So we had Rook B1 here, and okay. Yeah, we discussed this position earlier, Rook D3, then Rook B2. If he had played King C3, then probably he goes back with a Rook to F1, as discussed. And Rook D2 check. So that's the position right now. Stopa is thinking.
Time situation, Stopa still has 26 minutes. Erwin is down to 13. But I think he should be winning here fairly
should be winning
easily.
Yeah, the thing with his check is just not to give up too many pawns.
Yeah.
If we give up this pawn and this pawn, maybe I can think about sacrificing his rook for the remaining g-pawn and at least then draw with his remaining pawns. After rook d2, we hold on to the d-pawn.
Yeah.
And especially if king goes away, then we just move the rook somewhere else, maybe rook d1. And white has to lose time to win that d-pawn. I'm not sure where he should put the king. Of course, we can't go to the c-file, because then we just kill jack and the pawn queens.
Yeah. What if I go to e3?
And probably just rook b2.
Yeah, it's hard to find any defense for white here. And Magnus Carlsen still in the playing hall, now checking out this game here. I think he's waiting for his father Henrik to finish his game.
Yeah.
His father is still playing.
Yeah, you checked it out. He's still playing?
Yeah, I didn't check out the position, but he's still playing.
Yeah. Yeah, funny just to have the world champion strolling around the playing hall casually.
It's also nice to see. I think, you know, if people were harassing him a bit too much, he would probably have left by now.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see him just being able to walk around and people pretty much leaving him alone. I think he appreciates that.
Yeah, but he seems just like a down-to-earth normal guy.
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't take part in any you know, sort of politics, you know, around the chess world. He just wants to play chess and, you know, with sports, be with his friends, stuff like this, normal stuff. I think we should move on to Gunnarsson.
I think Gunnarsson is the most interesting of our games that are still ongoing. Let's see if we had any
should be an easy win
action
here.
there. Okay, so we left the game.
The queen was somewhere around g5, maybe around here. We had g4, we had this, queen takes b2. So we left here. Front played queen e3, threatening queen e6. Winning back the rook. So queen f6 back, king h3. We centralize the queen on d6 and queen b3. So now the rook is attacked. We need to get it. We need to activate this rook if we want to win the game.
Can I simply play rook e7?
It's the most natural move, probably. Most likely, our king is safest on the queen side. If we are afraid of the jacks, looks like he's playing rook e7 now. don't see any reason why not. The rook was a little bit passive on f7, but on e7 at least we're starting to threaten to infiltrate.
You know, we said
Rook e7
before
played.
that Jon Victor was playing without any real pressure, but I think when you're in this situation, you're on 4.5 out of 5, you have a possibly winning position against a 26-76 Grandmaster. I think he will start to feel a bit nervous.
Yeah.
And we're just told that Henrik Carlsen, that has just lost his game against Alan Byron from England. So I think that is actually Magnus right there. He's coming towards us right now, checking out this position. We had some people on the chat.
He keeps fronting the camera.
Yeah. We had some people on the chat mentioning they really liked his shirt.
Yeah.
Which I do too.
Yeah, he might also be waiting for Jon Ludvig Hammer to finish his game.
Yeah, we're told the shirt is by G-Star.
Of course.
Who he has been and still is modeling for. So if you want to get that Magnus shirt, you know where to buy it from.
G-Star. Yeah, he's been with them for a while.
Yeah. Okay, so what did White actually play after Rook e7?
Oh, he made a move.
Yeah.
Queen a4 check.
Yeah.
Queen c6. Jon Victor has 10 minutes, 22 minutes for Jon Victor. And looking quite good, to be honest. But he should be quite calm at this point because he's not going to lose. It's just a matter of if he can find the win.
Getting some more information from our producers about Magnus' shirt. So his shirt is from a collection designed by Pharrell Williams.
Okay, so if I wear the shirt, then I'm happy.
Yeah.
Because I'm happy, clap along. Nej. Ja.
That's actually designed by Marvin Gaye.
So technically the shirt is designed by Marvin Gaye. Indirectly, that's true. Yeah, there were some accusations of... Was it that song or was it... Yeah, there was actually another song recently that had to pay some 7 million to somebody who stole a song. That song...
Somebody had to pay some money.
Somebody had to pay some money anyway.
What song?
Was it Pharrell Williams?
Yes.
Okay.
For Blurred Lines.
Blurred Lines, actually, yeah, excellent. That's what I was looking for.
And now Marvin Gaye's family is saying Happy was taken as well.
Yeah, okay. So, seems to draw imitation from Marvin Gaye's song. Yeah, I hope I'm not getting sued for my awful singing, but hopefully. So, I'm not taking a lot of time here. It seems rather uneasy.
I guess that if queens are off, this should be a
then just
fairly straightforward win.
Yeah, then just collect the A pawn, march the B pawn, and hope that your king and rook can stop the white pawns.
Can we just okay? Let's just have a quick look. If white happened to swap the queens, okay, so I need to get my pawns up the board. I will maybe play G5. And now what do you do?
I should be in time if I go rook E2 simply. Rook E2.
Rook E2.
And you push pawns.
Yeah, which one do we push though?
Yeah, that's a bit tricky.
Can I push my H pawn?
Okay, I take.
H6.
Well, maybe if I take, you go G6. Okay, actually,
It's not so
there
easy.
could be some chances. I can maybe though. No, takes G6, takes G7.
Could even consider taking back and just bringing my king up the
Yeah.
board, I think.
I think I'm in time there to take on A2, go to A8 and push my B pawn.
Okay, yeah.
So G6 looks like the strongest move.
But, yeah. What is going on here? Okay, we will...
I actually haven't one idea. Rook takes F2. G7, take on F5, queens. I'll give you a check and then I come to G5. But is that winning? That's maybe the king is in time. So let's see some moves, just try something. Yeah, he should be in time, yeah.
Yep. Okay, let's go to Elianov, board 2, who has won a pawn. We thought he was pressing, but will it be
Fat
enough?
still thinking, so we'll go to Elianov's board. 4 against 3.
Do you think it's enough?
White seems to be quite well placed at the moment with the rook on E6. We can't really activate our king because of this rook. We can't push the F pawn because rook takes E5. So I'm thinking draw is, but black has some chances.
Time situation, white is down to just 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's not going to be easy.
No, he has to
it's not
suffer.
the kind of position you want to be defending with 3 minutes on the clock.
We can probably force him to weaken himself with F3.
Yeah.
Because if you try not to, then I could just go rook E2. You have to play F3 anyway, so might as well play it now.
I have a feeling that objectively this should be a draw. But if I had to put my money on a result in this situation, I'd probably go with a black win.
We'll go back to A5 and probably try to play F5. Something like this.
Okay, we will come back to this. We have an alert for another rook ending, Erwin Lamy. Let's check if Erwin made some progress. Okay, and I think we're going to have a resignation here very shortly.
Yeah, we had rook D2 check, he went to E3, rook E2 as we predicted, took on A6. Push the pawn, as you should, king D4, rook takes B3, rook H6, king G3. And
just don't see gonna get the...
I wonder where we should...
You see the players there on the webcam.
Yeah, he doesn't have time for... Okay,
So
what did he play?
And resignation, yeah.
He took on D5.
Yeah,
Yeah, then rook B4 and just want to bring the rook to G4 to block. You can't stop that.
so that means that Erwin joins Alexander Fier and Shahriar Mamedyarov in the lead on 5.5 out of 6.
There we see Alina next to him.
So in the current position,
Yeah, I mean, the rook is coming to G4, so if we give a check, then simply here, and we can't stop the pawn.
yep.
So I don't know what he could have done.
Yep. So that explains resignation.
Yeah. Alina taking her photographs as usual. Is he photographing us or them? Yeah, so nice result from Nami. And what? Third endgame win in a row?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna go back to Jon Viktor Gunnarsson last time, and then we're gonna call it a day here. A very exciting day.
Yeah.
Had the world champion visit us.
That was quite exciting.
Yeah, had a lot of interesting games, so big day here in Reykjavik. And yeah, we didn't have too many moves here.
No, he went with the rook, queen to b3, only one move.
Okay.
Eyeing the f7 square so that we can't, if the rook moves somewhere, he wants to, well, this loses the rook, so not a good square. So let's try another one. But here we can go to f7 and we probably have nothing better than to come back.
Yeah.
So, how does black make any progress here? That's the key question.
You know, I'm gonna predict that this is going to be a draw.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think the pawns are quite threatening. I mean, they're pretty far advanced already, and also the black king. Like, if the black pieces were ever to threaten the white king, then the black king would be pretty alone. Also, white actually does have 3 pawns for the rook.
Yeah. So rook is generally worth 5 points.
Yeah.
Or 5 pawns. And in this case he has 3 for the rook. But okay. Black can give a check here.
You guys out there, how about you help us out? Does anyone have a plan for black where black can maybe try to win this?
Yeah, queen h1 doesn't seem very useful at all. Don't see any good follow-up to that, so most likely he's not going to play that.
Jon Viktor maybe about to move. Yeah.
b5, okay,
B5.
makes sense. This is his potential pass pawn, so.
Also, maybe black can go on to bring his king to b6, where it at least has somewhat of a shelter.
b5, maybe he wants to play queen c4 next. That takes away a lot of squares from white's queen. And from there we can think about various things like rook e2, rook e4. The question is if, white can probably at some point play f3 if he wants.
Well, I'm not sure about f3. I probably don't want to give up the e3 square.
No, that's true.
I'd actually quite like, as black, to bring my rook to the 3rd rank somehow. That's why I'm thinking maybe king c7, king b6, and then put the rook to d7.
Yeah, I was thinking with queen c4. If we get queen c4, maybe you can play rook e4 next and put pressure on the g pawn, but that should be easy to counter actually. Yeah, I'm going to stick to Jonathan here. I believe he can win.
Okay, can white somehow...
Don't know how, but I want to believe it.
I want to believe it too. It's always nice to see a player like that, doing so extremely well. Especially Jon Viktor is a great guy.
Yeah. I was actually happy when I saw this pairing. Not that Frant isn't a good player. I mean, he's obviously a great player, 26-76, but he's been struggling recently, and quite often chess is so much about self-confidence, and maybe he might be suffering a little bit after some bad results recently.
Jon Viktor kind of entering this game maybe on the form of his life, and Rent entering the game coming from a rather bad tournament in Jerusalem. So that does really, I think, play a very important role.
Now Frant's time is coming down as well. He's down to 13 minutes versus the 7 for Jon Viktor. And once they get down on the clock, it could be Could get trickier for white if black manages to activate his rook with the queen, and maybe he can get some kind of mating net going against the king, or set up some tricks.
Can my white maybe now somehow... Yeah, the problem is as long as in this configuration it's not easy for white to advance his kingside pawns, because any pawn advance will result in a king weakening.
Yeah.
So it's actually not easy at all to find a plan for white here.
Yeah, say we push like this, and maybe even queen c4 and rook e4.
Yeah.
And already the fourth rank has been weakened. Say something like this. And before I move my rook, I don't want you to take with jack here, so maybe king c6. And then move the rook. Yeah, it looks a bit risky to start pushing the pawns too early. If he exchanges the queens, then it can be dangerous to move them, but...
And he did play
king g3,
which seems to indicate there is no immediate plan. He doesn't have a concrete plan about what to do here. Okay, so I think we're gonna have a look at the results and the standings now. Then we're gonna call it a day. So, the top 10 boards. First board.
Only 2 games left, as it is. And yeah, a draw on the first board, which Magnus didn't like.
Yeah, he said he was disgusted.
He thought Navarra should play on then.
Yeah. And then second board, still going on. I think Elyanov's going to win that one. Third board, Alex, who came into the commentary room, Alexander Fier, showed us his very nice victory against Abhijit Gupta.
And then Lami just won the nice end game against Jacek Stopa.
The game that's still going, we just came from it, Melkumian against Gunnarsson.
Paklesa and Mavsesyan was a draw. We didn't really look at that game much.
Yeah, Granda Zuniga won against Tari.
And and Gummi was, thought he was losing against Naroditsky. That's what happened.
Coronet against Zidani was a crazy draw.
Crazy game, which ended in a draw.
Yeah.
And Hansen just beat Ramaldoni.
And then boards 11 to 20.
Yeah, it was a quick draw. Well,
By the way,
not in terms of
we
moves.
have a guest in the room, Yuri Eik. So, okay, we finished boards 11 to 20. We had a draw between Arngrimsson and Steingrimsson.
Arngrimsson and Steingrimsson?
Then we had Mazi won against Kolovic.
And okay, Hannes won the rook ending, we saw that. And we had a bunch of draws, Gretarsson Sarkar, Petrov Leroux, Wang against Danielsen, Sequeira against Lubsiewski. And it seems like Hammer is still playing.
Yeah.
He should have a winning rook endgame. I think he was a pawn up.
Yeah, and Gawain Jones won against Tanya Sajdev, and Grandelius won against Torfinsson. It was Bjorn, against Bjorn.
And then we had an upset on the lower board where Yuri Eik held Pulvet Marin.
Yuri Eik, who often joins us here in the commentary room from the Netherlands.
One of your greatest fans, of course.
Very much appreciated. So that's all.
Let's have a look at the standings.
I forgot about the standings. So we now have 3 players in the lead, Mamidyarov here and Lami. 5.5 out of 6, and they might still be joined by Elyanov and Gunnarsson if they win their games.
Hopefully for Gunnarsson.
Yeah, and then on 5 there's a group of players with Granda Zuniga, Navarra, Naroditsky, Stefansson, Hansen and Maze.
Yeah, a big
some
group
other players
that could potentially grow as the day goes along.
Yeah.
And we want to announce here at the end that in half an hour, just about half an hour, there's going to be a show here on chess.com/TV.
The same channel where you're watching us right now.
Where US number 1, Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, will play anyone. And Danny Renz will be commentating here on this channel. And he's going to play all time controls, 1-0, 3-0, 3-2, 5-2, etc. So stay for that. and well, watch or try to play Nakamura here.
Yeah, so thank you very much to everyone for joining us today, and we'll be back tomorrow at 3 p.m.
Dinner, finally.
For round 7. So see you all tomorrow. Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Welcome to chess.com. Chess.com is social. Now you can play chess with your friends whenever you want, whether that's middle of the day or middle of the night. You can get instantly matched up with one of over 5 million other members from around the world. You play live games in real time, turn-based games at your convenience, or tournaments with anyone at any time. Chess.com is mobile. You can play online from your computer, or you can play on the go from your tablet or your smartphone. No matter where you go, whether you're at work, grabbing a bite to eat, or you're just enjoying some time at the park, your games are there with you, and keeping multiple chess games going has never been easier. Chess.com is for learning. Don't just play chess, get better. The best chess training resources have never been more accessible. Learn essential chess strategy quickly and easily with the extremely popular Tactics Trainer tool. Improve your game in ways you didn't know were possible with training videos by chess masters. And regardless of where you're at now, take your game to the next level with multiple simple-to-use training tools.